pointing east. And it's covering this area of Monroe Street in the bridge area.
In the area that you have zoomed in, what's the relevance of that?
This is the next time that I located the subject on video.
And what's the time reflected there?
4:23:25.
And what's can you point to the area where you saw the subject at that time?
Yeah, so the service drive for the Chrysler is right here. That the subject's right in the corner of the Chrysler service drive and Monroe Street.
Okay, and so now is the subject moving away from the scene?
Yes. Traveling, can be traveling west, away from the scene.
And how about now? What area are we looking at?
So this is still affixed to the same parking structure, but now we're on the service drive, looking south. The service drive being on the left-hand side of the screen, Monroe Street being in the top corner of the street.
And going back to Exhibit 1, can you just show kind of the general trajectory that we're about to watch the subject travel?
Yeah. So this is the structure we were talking about. Northbound would be the way he was traveling, but basically traveling north along this service drive right there.
And would that be coming from this Monroe Street?
Yes, yeah, from the Monroe traveling north towards the top of the screen.
And do you see these people out here at the top right-hand corner of the screen? Do you know if anything was going on at the casino back at that point?
Yes, sir. There was a strike going on. There was a striking workers.
And just stopping the video at 4:24 and 24 seconds, is there any significance to what the subject is wearing at this point in terms of the investigation?
Yes.
And what is that?
I don't observe the bag that I was tracking. I now observe what appears to be some type of book bag.
And this 4:24 point, is that the first time we see the book bag?
Yes, sir.
And where are we looking at it at this point?
Well, we're up on basically on the roof from the last camera. We moved up to the top of the roof, and we're looking north. On the right side of the screen is the service drive.
Okay, and if we go to Exhibit 54, can you kind of point out that general area?
So we're right up here, right up in this particular area over here, heading on the service drive of north.
And in terms of this portion that we're about to see, was there anything significant that you observed in terms of the investigation?
Yes.
And what was that?
I noticed that there's a light that appears to illuminate around the subject as they're walking away from us. I noticed that he, at one point around the corner, I noticed that the person looks back a couple times in the direction of maybe south, I'll just say that. And then up around the corner, the individual runs for a distance.
And the subject does appear to have an arm outstretched at that point.
Yeah, the arms are moving.
Objection, that's leading.
Just want to go back for a second. And what's the time reflected now?
4:26:19.
And what's this next source of video?
Hey, Gwen.
The continuing on rock security. This is a camera we observed the individual walk in the opposite direction. We're looking at Gratiot on the.
I'm a little behind. I'm trying
The
to.
road paralleling that is the service drive for 375.
I'm really angry. What got me mad is that he said, I created this. When he was like, we don't have a time or anything. And he was like, I created this. This is a creation. It really irritates me.
And at this point, what's the source of the video?
This is a 36th District Court, which is 421 Madison.
Yeah, if he had the white bag going like toward her apartment or whatever, and then he came out with this, wouldn't that explain that he was getting a different bag? That's the timing. They have no video of him between 4:20 and 4:23. So he could have been walking somewhere. He's been walking all night. This really, really, really irritates me.
What's the time reflected now?
4:29:26.
Well, they had a whole different judge to bring this to trial. And that judge, I read his statement, and he said this is a high profile crime and we have to get it to trial.
Walking down now.
This is Madison, walking west on Madison, heading back towards downtown.
And what's the source of the video now that we're looking at?
This is a rock security system.
And what's the time reflected?
4:32:05.
And what is the location reflected here?
So, this is Madison Street. For an orientation, near the top of the screen is Comerica Park.
And if you go back to Exhibit 54, can you kind of point out that general location?
So, that particular area would be Madison Street's listed on this map, and it'd be right in the area to south of the works at Comerica Park in this area.
Yeah, I'm hoping because this this doesn't prove anything. It just proved he walked around all night. Okay, I've uploaded that I'm live all over social media. Oh, someone, this Detroit attorney on Twitter reposted my videos. So this Detroit law firm on Twitter reposted, and a bunch of people reposting on TikTok. I just hope that people are, I mean, they're seeing it. I'm just hoping that they're like paying attention.
At this 4:34, approximately 40 seconds a.m. mark, what's the source of the video at this point?
This is Iraq security also.
And where is the subject traveling at this point?
Traveling, that person's on the west side of Woodward, traveling west. So
I got in touch with Brian last night for like 5 seconds and then got cut off. So hopefully I'll get to talk to him soon.
Could we quit the chit chat, Judge?
Yeah, I see a lot of people on the
There's a lot
channel
of distraction
news website
from the
or
defense table.
YouTube.
They don't want to talk to each other in a quiet tone, so.
But not one time has he said, can you identify the person in this video in this courtroom today? Can you point him out? He hasn't said that. So that's pretty telling. Like, you can't identify the person. We're just looking at a blob.
And at this 4:35 a.m. mark, what's the source of the video at this point?
This is back to Illich Holdings.
No, for all we know, he's just circling up. He's just got a circle on the screen. He could be following anyone. We don't know. This is like not cool. And this is all by his manipulation. So yeah, I don't know where that white bag went. It could have been, I mean, who knows what that was. My dogs were all happy this morning, Gwen, because I was like, oh, we have to clean. We have stuff to do. So we're just going to chill for a little bit and get this stuff done. And they were like, yes, you're not going to be in your cloffice. And then I was watching this trial and I heard him say when he objected and he was like, I created this. And I was like, what the? That's it. I'm jumping on.
And at this 4:37 a.m. mark, what's the source of the video at this point?
This is Illich Holdings.
And what's the general location at this point?
So now we're kind of northwest of downtown. The individual is walking north away from downtown on Clifford Street.
And with respect to the 454 West Alexandrian location, in which direction is the individual moving?
Toward that location.
Yeah, I was just going to do a recap of it tonight, but no, that made me mad. I was like, I can't just sit here, clean the house. Who wants to do that? And I looked terrible this morning. I was like, oh, that was really, honestly, that was really the main reason I wasn't going to do a live. I was like, I look terrible. I was like, forget it. I was like, in the name of justice, I will be, what's the movie in Hunger Games? I'll be tribute. I'll look terrible. I don't like that they're doing like the little screen in the big screen. Like I feel like that's
And what's the area?
manipulation.
4:39 a.m.
So Clifford Avenue, it parallels Cass Avenue, and the person's walking toward the 75.
See, I don't like all of this. This is I feel like this should not be allowed.
And what's this sort of intersection or overpass depicted here?
So this is Clifford Avenue. We see near the center of the screen, near the top right, the short street is Cass Avenue. And then underneath the bridge is 75.
Yeah, this is all copy pasting, cropping. This is all stuff that you can do to edit a video to look how you want it to look.
Over near this area, kind of like near the Fox town, where it's a Fox.
And what direction is the individual moving at this point?
North.
Walking calmly. He's not running. He's still out and about doing his thing. He sure did walk a long time though. Yeah, that the Detroit lawyer that reposted my video on Twitter, I think they do that. So I'm hoping that this gets more attention. I don't know. I don't like all the copying and pasting and the cropping and the editing and the making this video look all fancy. Like they shaved hours and hours and hours of video down to just select him. Like he's the only one on the street basically the entire night. I don't think it should be admissible because it's not real-time video. It's not depicting the actual events of the entire night.
And what's the road that the subject's traveling on at this point?
Cass Avenue North.
I hope the jury can see that they literally are matching up this video to cell phone tower pings. This isn't real life. That you cannot do that. Like that's just, I mean, if you mapped someone's cell phone tower hits,
Now at the 4:42 a.m. mark.
you could
This
put
is
anybody
This
there.
is also this is connected to Little Caesars Arena, and the individual still walking north on the east side of Cass on the sidewalk.
His attorney is chomping at the bit to get up there. I left him like the longest message yesterday because I was like, I have this question and this question and this question, and I just thought about this and this.
And how about now at 4:43 a.m.?
So it's like a continuation on the LH Holdings. The person's walking north on Cass, crossing Temple Street.
I don't know. It's Detroit. I feel like in Detroit, they're pretty limited because it's just so much crime up there.
4:45 a.m.
So also an LH Holdings camera, and this is affixed to a parking lot.
Did you hear Corey Richens' attorneys step down?
Facing south, and the individual's walking north on Cass, on the west side of the street.
The one who poisoned her husband and wrote the children's book about it?
Now, at this point in time, do you see any gloves on the individual?
It appears they're glove on the right hand of the individual, but not the left hand.
And at this 4:50 a.m. mark, what's the source of the video now?
This is the school located at 123 Selden.
So now this makes, you know what is crazy? I'm telling you, like I never thought in a million years, for the most part, I've never thought like people, the whole like walking while black, walking, like I've never thought been like, nope, that's not a thing. It's totally like you literally, they're doing it right here. And now I'm like, I feel like a dumbass. Sorry. But like that's literally what they're doing. They had a guy confess and they let him go. And they are literally writing a narrative around this guy.
This
Why?
next portion of the video, labeled 4:57 a.m. What's the location of this video?
So this building's, I'm sorry, this camera's attached to 454 West Alexandria. It's on the west side of the building. It's facing north, which is covering the parking lot.
And again, if we go back to Exhibit 54, can you point out where that location is?
Right up near this yellow box.
It is always about money. That's true. It is socioeconomic.
In this area where the subject is walking back to, are you familiar with that area?
Yes, sir.
And what's in that area?
That's an alley. It's an alley behind the building, the rear entrance of the building.
Is there anything in that area?
There's trash dumpsters. It's pretty clean, other than there's dumpsters in the back.
Yes, it is corrupt everywhere.
And at this point where the video is stopped, what's the purpose of the
So 5 a.m,
circles?
he gets
I
home.
stopped at a place of circles because
Almost.
it appeared there were no gloves on hand.
Now, did you have an opportunity to canvass the area of the crime scene for gloves.
Yes.
Did you also look for knives?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
And can you just describe for the jury the general process that you use to canvass the area for relevant evidence?
Yes, sir. So, there were several searches done. My part of it was, I had brought my team out, so there were several FBI agents, DPD officers, task force officers. And what we did, our part of it was we walked from the crime scene, out to Lafayette Boulevard, across to the service drive, across the bridge towards the casino parking structure, down the service drive all the way to St. Antoine, pretty much following what I had tracked on the video. And that process was pretty detailed. There was a lot of people, and it was a very slow walk. I split the group in half. So half the group walked from the apartment to the service drive, the other half walked from the service drive toward the apartment in case something was under something that, we just had the extra angles to see it.
And as part of that effort, was anything potentially relevant located?
There was, yes, there was.
And what was located?
There was a blue rubber glove, surgical glove.
And what was the date that glove was located?
Boy, I don't even recall, sir.
If you looked at was there ultimately an evidence technician that came out to photograph and collect that glove?
Yes, I kept it in place, preserved it, had the evidence ordered them to come out and collect it.
Okay, and I'm holding what's been marked as proposed exhibit 67. May I approach, Your Honor? Is proposed exhibit 67 a set of photos from the collection of that glove?
Yeah, it could be
Yes, sir.
anyone,
Does
Gwen.
that indicate a date?
It does.
And what's the date?
November 30th, 2023.
Okay, and so that was how long after the incident?
A month and 9 days.
Yeah.
10 days.
And do those photos fairly and accurately depict what you actually observed when you were in the area at that time?
Yes.
I move to amend proposed exhibit 67, Your Honor.
No objection. 67's amended.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Amen. No, Mr. Where you from? Where is the glove?
Yeah, what area are we looking at, Sergeant Sullivan?
Yeah, so this would have been near the parking structure, the casino, the service drive. It would be over the service drive embankment, the grass going down to the freeway. I mean, near Macomb Street, if that helps. Near the.
Okay, and so this image, page 5 of exhibit 67, does that depict the glove?
Yes, sir. It does.
And yeah, do you have any way of knowing whether this specific glove has anything to do with the case? I guess.
No, I don't. No, I just found it.
But you canvass the area, and this is what you.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah.
what you found. Okay.
Yes, sir.
This should not be allowed.
I want to show you briefly what has been admitted as Exhibit 8. Are you familiar with this video?
Yes, sir, I am.
And did you create a sort of enhanced version of this video to show or to illustrate some movement of a particular video or a particular vehicle that's depicted here?
Yes, sir, I did.
And is it your understanding that enhanced video
Enhanced
that you
video.
created to illustrate the movement is on this disc that I'm holding that's marked as proposed exhibit 80?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I move to amend proposed exhibit 80.
It's enhanced. It should not be allowed.
People's aid is admitted.
And looking at, are you familiar with this area that's depicted in this video?
Oh, yes, yes.
And do you see the white vehicle? that's
Yeah,
following
this
you?
has absolutely nothing to do with
Go back
anything.
Momentarily to
Plus, it's enhanced. They sped the time up to make it look like. How do you know? Like, oh, this is just like when I edit videos. If I ever edit a video, because it's very rare that I do, because I hate editing videos. It's too time consuming. But this is exactly like editing videos. You.
And stopping it
I'm so irritated right now. This is even.
1 hour and 10 minutes and 46 seconds. Now, you see where the individual.
I hope the
is standing
jury's
at this
smarter
point?
Yes, sir, with the ellipse.
Can you
wrong.
point out to the jury where that white vehicle was parked?
Than this
relative to where that
prosecution guy
individual
is.
standing?
Yeah, so I believe it would be over right.
Objection. That
Yeah,
crosses speculation.
that's speculation. You don't know.
He said he believes it's either on the camera or it's not.
Thank you.
I don't think he's speculating.
He is
No,
speculating.
he said he believes.
Well, do you know or don't?
I do know, ma'am.
You don't.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Where is it?
So,
Yeah, can you see that specific corner where that vehicle is parked on this image?
I see the area, yeah.
No.
Is it
Do you
obscured
see
by
this
something?
car?
And what's it obscured by?
A tree, a branch.
And can you point to the tree that would obscure where that was parked?
Yeah, the left side of the screen. right
Hi,
there.
Kirsten.
And are
I'm
you
fired up
speculating
today.
about
I'm ready to
that?
jump
No,
through this
The
computer.
scout car, when it pulled in, I can see where the vehicle's parked at. It's the opposite side of that camera, the opposite view of that camera.
Oh, give me a break.
And when you enhanced this video, did you speed up the
Oh,
video?
Yes.
See? Sped it up.
And what's the purpose of the lines that are in the
Line
video?
to show where the vehicle originated
This
at.
ri-
and when the
just the
movement occurs,
ridiculousness of the
left lines
videos.
Where they were, so you can see the difference in the vehicle.
Where they edited video and pieced together video and cropped and clipped and sped it up to make it look like the
And is
only
this
person in the
portion
area
that we're
was
watching
Michael.
Sort of video sped up over a period of time.
Yes, it is.
And at the beginning of that time period, if I scroll back, would this be toward the beginning of the time period?
Yes, it would.
And that's at 17
Okay.
seconds of the video. And then if I scroll forward to about 43 seconds, would that be the end of the time period?
Yes.
Did you also, in reviewing
Clearly.
the footage from the Chrysler school, did you come across anything else of interest during the period of time from approximately 12 a.m. until 6 a.m. on October 21st, 2023?
I'm sorry, I'm confused. Of interest?
Yeah, was there anything else? I guess did you review the entirety of that video? From
Oh,
the
yeah,
relevant time?
yeah, definitely.
And did you create some clips and compilations to illustrate other portions of time contained on that video?
Yes, sir, I did.
And is it your understanding that the other clip and the compilation are contained on this stem polling that's been marked as proposed exhibit 79?
Yes, sir.
And does one of those clips show each and every vehicle that was observed on Joliet Place on the video that particular evening?
Yes, sir.
And does another clip show a particular another individual that was observed on foot in that area?
Yes.
And are those fair and accurate depictions of the actual source video?
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
I move to admit proposal 79, Your Honor.
Counsel,
No objection.
79 will be admitted.
And I want to start with this file that says vehicles on Joliet. What's the time reflected here at the beginning?
That's 12:30:19.
And do you see a vehicle approaching down Joliet?
Yes.
And you see it turning? What would the vehicle be turning into in that location? What's in the area that the vehicle turned into?
That's a parking lot. There's only one way in, one way out by vehicle travel.
Okay, and that's at 12:30 a.m.
Yes, sir.
And I just want to go back to something that's already been admitted as Exhibit 37, Do you see this highlighted area toward the bottom where it says front door open?
I do.
And what's the time reflected there?
0:31.
Okay. And in terms of other vehicles observed, are we primarily going to be seeing the security vehicle come through?
For the most part, yeah.
periodically?
How do you know that? For the most part.
And then I want to go to the 1 a.m. and 20-minute mark. Is this the only other vehicle that's not the security vehicle during the relevant time?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, because you can't.
And so if we scroll all the way through the end of this, we're just going to see.
So that's just
security vehicle
just the
periodically,
security
correct?
vehicle. That's
Yes.
you're just assuming that's a security vehicle.
Now, this other clip called "Person Running" on Exhibit 79. Is this time consistent with that other vehicle pulling up at 1:20 a.m.?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of creating this particular clip?
So the purpose is, as you know, like with what I do, my job is to investigate, right? It's to include or exclude people that are involved in incidents. Being that this vehicle pulled in at 1:20, what I did was I did the tracking mechanism I did for the individual. I did that for this person to see, because of the relevance of where they parked. I wanted to see, did that person go into the parking lot? Did that person leave the area? So I put together a compilation of that. That's the only other person I saw near that area that night.
So much video, and yet they're just picking what they want.
And relevant to that highlighted circle, the victim's residence, would that be to the right or to the left?
To the left.
And did you see anybody or have video of anybody at this time moving toward the left, toward the victim's residence associated with that vehicle?
No.
Ooh, that's not surprising, Kirsten.
And again, at this 1:23 a.m. mark, is this showing somebody moving toward the residence or away from it?
Away, excuse me, away from the residence.
Yeah, but this is at 1:20, Gwen. He wasn't there. That's not where he was at 1:20.
What's the camera view that we're looking at now?
So this is from the school, the same school, and this camera's next to the camera that we previously used. So this would be looking north, the parking lot, and where the street where the vehicle pulled up would be on to the left.
He was somewhere else at 1:20.
Right.
I don't think this is him. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, I don't know who this is.
And this individual, do you have any video of this individual moving toward the residence or the scene at all?
No.
And then
Yeah, I didn't see Michael run all night,
this
so
individual, if we go back to exhibit 78.
what are you doing? See, they're just manipulating.
Our subject in the area, did you observe anybody else on this video on foot in the area during the relevant time?
No.
And again, the first time we observe our subject after the 4:20 a.m. mark is when?
It's 4:23.
And that would be at this portion of the video.
Yes, sir.
And again, if we could go back to exhibit 37, do you see this highlighted area where it says LIVRMMTDET activated? What's the time reflected for that?
4:20.
And this area where our subject is observed at the 3:52 mark, can you point out where that area is on this map?
Yeah, that would be the kind of left third of the screen near the center of this, be right in the, near this red and where these arcs kind of intersect. Dark area.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Yes. Good morning, Sergeant.
Morning, sir.
Could borrow that HDMI cord, please? Thank you. Now, Sergeant, you're the individual who compiled this compilation of videos?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 1 second, pull this up. Okay. And you've watched this video multiple times, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If we could go to 105 on the video. If we could look at approximately 105. Does it appear that his head is turning to the right? Towards the street?
I'm assuming that's a he.
Yes,
It's hard to tell right there. I mean,
it's hard to tell right there.
on that still photo. Yeah.
Okay. We'll play it a little bit more at 110. You would agree that his head is turned to the right towards the street?
That's fair. It's tilted that way.
Okay.
Where he's
Yeah.
looking at, I have no idea.
Okay.
The hood on.
And you would agree that in that particular direction where his head is looking at, that's the street, correct? You'd
Yes.
agree there. Okay.
Yep.
And I'll forward to 452 on the video. And at this point in time, at 447, you would agree that he's sitting on what appears to be a lamp post or some type of lamp?
Yes.
Street light? Okay. playing. At 4:52, you would agree that his head looks towards the left, correct? You would agree to that, correct?
That's fair.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll continue to play. And you would agree at 4:57, his head turns again to the left, right?
4:57?
At 4:57, yes.
I'd have to see it.
Okay, I'll go back. It's
Are
playing
you
this.
talking about the time on the top or the?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm talking.
Yes,
the time
it's a cross-examination.
on the bottom of the compilation. Okay, I apologize.
Nope.
I should be more clear. So I am pausing. I'm gonna pause at 4:57, which is 12:54 and 32 seconds. You would agree that his head is positioned to the left.
It appears to be left, yes.
Oh, okay. I'll continue to play. You would. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll back up. You'd agree that at this point in time, it looked like he turned his head to the right.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay. Continue to play. And you would agree at 5:18, which is 12:54 and 53 seconds, it looks like he looks to the left again, correct?
Sure.
Okay.
I agree.
And it looks like he just turned his head to the right. You'd agree to that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
4:23.
Okay.
5:23.
Judge, objection to relevance. I mean, what is here?
They made a comment as to where my client was walking on a particular street and his head had moved and tried to make some type of insinuation.
Whole video and just point out every time you're playing.
No, not every time, but I think it's relevant. Okay. So you would agree at this point in time, his head moves to the left and right multiple times, correct?
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay.
As if looking for something.
You said, excuse me,
As if looking for something.
or just looking around, correct? Just
Yeah,
being
that
aware of
hour,
his
look-
as being aware of his surroundings, correct?
Yeah, that hour.
Okay.
That or waiting for a ride. I don't know. Maybe he was planning on going somewhere and
Forward to
got stood up. Because he did get on the phone after that.
It appears he removed his phone from his pocket, correct?
Cell phone?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And during this time frame, it appears that he's talking on his phone, correct?
It's hard to tell.
Okay.
Some
Okay.
people listen to music, some people talk on speakerphone, but
Okay.
it appears he's interacting with the phone.
It appears that he put his phone to his head, correct?
Near his phone, near his head, yeah.
Okay. When asked during direct, you stated that it was just some type of
Yeah.
You weren't sure, but looking at it now, you're pretty sure that this is a phone that's held near his head, correct?
I'm absolutely sure. I try to stay away from
What?
assumptions of it was his phone, so I leave it kind of generic.
You lived in there, but don't you want to tell the truth?
It is the truth.
Okay.
But if I were to say cell phone, then you'd say objection. You know, it's a phone that could be blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just,
Okay,
I
but-
agree with what you're
Okay,
saying.
but during your direct, you were giving your opinion of what you thought was happening in the video, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, and you could have gave your opinion when asked that question, correct?
To a point, but I was trained and I learned to leave it generic.
You're
right? So it's
trained.
an object.
You're trained, and when the prosecutor asks you a particular question, to give them the answer you think they want.
Not at all. So I'm talking about with the processing and exhibits of video.
Okay.
Yeah, nothing.
Okay. Okay. And if we can go to 9:58. Starting at 9:50. You would agree that he's walking down the street?
Yes, right on the sidewalk.
Okay. And you would agree at this point in time, his head is orientated towards what could be a building, correct?
Yes. yeah.
Okay. And do you know what?
Right.
And do you know what building that is?
Don't recall offhand. No.
Okay. You didn't get any reports of any break-ins at that particular building, did you?
That particular building?
Yes.
I don't know the building.
Okay.
Exactly.
But-
No.
This is at 13:59, if per your notes, could you look at your notes to see exactly where or approximately where he was
Yes,
at
sir.
this particular time?
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay, please.
Right, so that would be on Selden Street, so there would be a school to his right.
Okay. And you didn't get any reports of anybody breaking into a school that night, did you?
No, sir.
Okay. Continue to 14:08. I'll start at 13:46. I'm sorry. Starting at 13:42. Stopping at 13:49. You would agree that his head is orientated towards this particular building, correct? This is a building, Your Honor. This is the building. He made an insinuation that my client was looking into a building, and this is not every time my client turns his head, but I think it's very relevant for him to point out that he's walking by a building and his head is orientated towards the building. Now, do you know what this particular building is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you haven't had any reports of this particular building being broken into at that particular night, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, the prosecution's just trying to make him out to be like he's out causing trouble
And
all
without
night.
belaboring the point and trying to typically get ejected to, you would agree that throughout this walk, when he was downtown, his head's orientated to the left and the right at multiple times. You would agree to that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you would also agree while he was walking downtown, he walked past multiple people, correct?
Yeah, there's several, sure.
Okay. And you also agree that he was on a public street, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Continue to play. At 3:55, you would agree that it appears that he made a 360 while he was walking. He turned completely around as doing a 360. You would agree to that, correct?
Oh, I think you might have misspoke. 13:55. I think you said 3:55.
13:55 on the actual compilation, which computes to 1:13 a.m. in the morning. You would agree that he did as a walking, he did a 360 while he's walking. You would agree to that, right?
Yep.
Okay. Towards 22:43. I'll start playing at 22:40. And I pause at 22:42. You'd agree that at this point in time, his head is orientated towards this particular building, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And do you know what building this is?
No, I don't know the name of it.
Okay. But you didn't get any reports of this particular building having a break-in or anything like that, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Fast forward towards 47, 36 seconds. Now, you indicated that you tracked Mr. Jackson Bolanos, I guess, past this Gordon's food place, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, would it be fair to say that this is Rivard Street?
No, sir, that's Woodbridge.
It's Woodbridge?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And you indicated that from your observation that this is Mr. Jackson Bolanos, correct?
The totality of this, yes.
Okay. The green circle is on Mr. Jackson Bolanos, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Was there anybody else in the area who fit the description of Mr. Jackson Bolanos at this particular time?
The overall description, the walk, what I was tracking, no.
Okay. Does this person appear to have different apparel on than Mr. Jackson Bolanos?
Different apparel, no.
Yes. Okay. So you're confident this is Mr. Jackson Bolanos, correct?
Pretty comfortable tracking.
Is it pretty comfortable?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you'd agree that this is what you believe to be the same individual, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you would agree that this is the building that's depicted in the center of the screen at the top is 2987 Franklin Street.
Thought it was Woodbridge, but that might be Franklin Street.
It could be Franklin Street.
They
Okay.
run parallel to each other.
Okay. So if I say this is Franklin Street, would you have any reason to doubt that?
No, I believe you're right.
Okay. And this is approximately 2:53 in the AM, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as far as you know, this particular time is even as far as being calibrated to real time, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now this individual is walking towards what appears to be a parking lot.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this parking lot is behind the building, correct? And at 2:54, would it be fair to say that the person walks out of the view of the camera?
Yes.
Okay. And then at 2:54 and 20 seconds, this is an entirely different street. It was McDougal, correct?
This is at the corner of
Right,
the
but
street.
they walk behind the building, which is on Franklin. McDougal would be the next street over, correct?
Next street to the east, yes.
Okay. And this is McDougal, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you're saying that this individual who was walking down Franklin was able to walk behind through the parking lot and then appear on McDougal within 20 seconds?
I didn't say he went behind the building. He could have come right back out onto the street and continued east.
Okay, but
In
okay.
20 seconds could have easily appeared.
If you were to see an aerial view of this particular building he walked behind in relationship to Franklin and McDougal, would you recognize it?
Yes.
Okay. Take this off. Pause that real quick.
Ah. Oh, I can't wait to see what he does with this.
Sorry, bear with me. I'm trying to find.
Man, I can't wait for like the defense smoking gun because the prosecution has nothing but fluff.
And I'm going to show as the what I like to show people, defense proposed exhibit 7. And I don't believe there's any objection to publishing. Okay. May I publish? Okay. Now you would agree that this is an aerial shot of Franklin and McDougal when they intersect, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the red dot, which is depicted on this screen, would you agree that that is 2987 Franklin?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if an individual is walking south on Franklin and they appear on McDougal, if they go into that parking lot, which was depicted on the video, would you agree that they would have to walk east through the parking lot and then turn south?
I need the
to get on
pointer.
McDougal?
I'm not a compass.
Yes.
Okay.
Pointer, please.
So in the video, we saw the individual walk towards,
No,
I guess, Woodbridge, correct?
Originally when turned off of Joseph.
Right. Walking from Franklin, when they go into the parking lot,
pointer.
the parking lot would be, if they walk towards the parking lot, their body would be facing towards Woodbridge Street, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then in order to get to McDougal, they would have to make a right when they get to the corner of the building, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it is your opinion that this person walked from Franklin to McDougal behind the building and was able to be depicted walking south on McDougal within 20 seconds?
No, well, obviously, looking at that overview, that instead of that Woodbridge Street, that we're actually on Franklin. So that was one street off.
You said that the video is depicted of which now? Of which street?
Franklin Street.
Franklin.
And I had put Woodbridge, which parallels it.
Okay.
Looking at that parking lot.
Okay. And if we can go back to People's Exhibit, I believe 77. Oops.
So no.
Oh, 78, I'm sorry. People's Exhibit 78. And this is walking south on McDougal, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So let's just go back just a little bit, just so we can have.
I know, right? I'm not a compass. I need a
Agree that
pointer.
This is Franklin, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And at 2:53, 2:54, the person goes out of camera view, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that'll be behind that building, walking towards Woodbridge. Their body would be orientated towards Woodbridge. You would agree to that, correct?
Yes. So McDougal would be right here at the end of this building.
Okay. And then 20 seconds later, the person is walking south on McDougal, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are you sure this same person?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, that's it.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm very comfortable saying.
You're very
I'm
comfortable?
saying the whole 20 seconds, because we don't know what happened between there. Could be somebody sprinting, walking.
Oh, so you're saying it's possible that a person could have sprinted all the way through the rear of this building and then appeared walking south on McDougal, correct? That's what you're saying?
No, it's that, I guess we lose them in that area. I don't know.
Okay.
Oh.
Is it possible that you were tracking the wrong person?
No, I'm very comfortable with that.
Okay. And I'm about to show People's Exhibit number 74. This is People's Exhibit 74, which is a video from, I believe it's 2760 East Jefferson. You familiar with this video?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll speed it up a little bit. You would agree that this is not Mr. Jackson Bolanos, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you would agree that this individual is walking towards Franklin Street, the individual we just saw, correct? You would agree that Franklin Street is perpendicular to this particular area.
It's south of that location.
Okay.
Yeah, he's walking towards Joseph Campo.
Would you agree that the next street over from where the direction this individual was walking would be Franklin Street?
No, it'd be Joseph Campo. It's right here. It's a north-south street. He would have
Oh.
the building at Joseph Campo.
And you would agree the last individual had on all black?
Yes.
Okay.
Huh.
For the record, you're playing at what time here on this?
This is 3:54 as of right now. And
On the
you're
video.
on the video, which correlates to 2:50 in the AM, 2:50 and 54 seconds.
Just want to make sure it's clear, the record's clear. what you're showing.
Absolutely. And you would agree that Mr. Jackson Bolanos took the same path as this other individual who was dressed very similar, correct?
Through the parking lot, yes.
Yes, okay.
And I'm sorry, I'm not sure if you stated the part you played earlier with the other person.
And I'll just go back for the record. The other individual was first seen at 2:41 on exhibit number 74. It's 2:41 on the actual video, which correlates with 2:49 and 41 seconds in the AM.
Just want to make sure it's clear on the record. what
Absolutely.
the video is we're showing.
So if we go back,
They
to
just showed
exhibit
another guy
78,
walking wearing all black.
you're saying that you're fairly confident that this individual we see right now is Mr. Jackson Bolanos and not the first individual who was wearing all black that we saw walking through the parking lot of Gordon. That's what you're saying?
Actually, in looking at it, it does appear to be.
A different person.
It does appear that they would be a pair. I think in my report I wrote, Mr. Jackson walked down Woodbridge.
Ooh!
This being Franklin Street.
But you didn't testify to that though, right? During direct examination, you didn't tell the jury that you wrote that in your report that in fact Mr. Jackson Bolanos was on another street. Matter of fact, you told the jury that's your understanding of your belief that was Mr. Jackson Bolanos, didn't you?
Yes, sir. I just pointed out. I just realized
You
that.
realized that? Okay. Could there be some other things that you may have missed in your investigation?
I'm human, but I certainly.
Go, Brian!
But you wouldn't think of this until I brought it to your attention, correct?
No, that was a great catch. Like, so probably on the next block, paralleling him. And then- that was there, my fault.
Okay, because a question was asked of you during direct. Did anybody in this area fit the description of Mr. Jackson Bolanos? And you said no, correct?
I wouldn't consider that the description.
If you would
All black?
consider that description, but
Black
yet
guy?
you thought it was him?
Yes, so there was the
I'm sorry.
if I could
Yeah,
explain.
No,
No?
you just said that you wouldn't consider that the description, but you testified, and in your mind, you figured that that was Mr. Jackson Bolanos, correct? Yes or no?
Through the process, yes.
So when you made that conclusion in your mind, it was based upon what you saw. You had to observe things first, correct?
Your Honor, I
Okay.
file a motion for
Yeah.
dismissal.
You had to analyze
Let's
what
go,
you
Brian.
saw, correct? You had to think about it, maybe even speak to other people about what you saw, correct?
I did, yes.
And after all of those different steps, you came to a conclusion that it was Mr. Jackson Bolanos, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And not only that, you came and told the jury that this was your feeling and your belief that, in fact, this guy was Mr. Jackson Bolanos, correct?
I did.
Okay. Now, once again, it's possible that you could have made another mistake on your observation of what you saw or what you believed you saw, correct?
Anything's possible.
Anything's possible. Okay. Let's go back to 3025.
On your homemade video.
Well, let's go here. Exhibit 78. You remember that the prosecutor asked you a question about Mr. Jackson Bolanos' head orientating towards the building at this particular juncture?
Near the, yes, sir.
Okay. You didn't get any reports of break-ins of this apartment complex, did you?
No, I did not.
Okay. As a matter of fact, you didn't get any reports of anybody's apartment being broken into or entered that night, did you?
Where?
Anywhere in your investigation, anywhere that you were surveilling on who you thought to be Mr. Jackson Bolanos?
Other than our scene, no.
Okay. And you never saw Mr. Jackson Bolanos walk up to this particular building and start peering in the window, did you?
Which, this building?
Yes.
No.
Okay. And through all your surveillance, you never saw Mr. Jackson Bolanos at one point in time go to any building and start looking in through the window, did you?
No, I did not.
And at no point in time during your investigation did you ever see Mr. Jackson Bolanos try to open the door of a building, did you?
No, I did not.
Now, pausing at 30:26 on the video, which is 1:56 and 54 seconds. You testified yesterday that you saw who you believe to be Mr. Jackson Bolanos walking down Joliet.
I never said that.
You didn't say that you believe that
Mr.
this.
Bolanos?
You didn't say that.
I've never said through my direct who I thought that was. I referred to that person as an individual I was tracking.
Oh, that you were tracking.
Yeah, I didn't say.
But you didn't try to make the jury to believe that this was Mr. Jackson Bolanos?
I didn't say the name. No, I'm sorry. I tracked the person.
Okay. But what person were you tracking?
That person on the video.
That person
My
you tracking.
piece was the video, as I stated when I originally started.
Okay.
That,
So just to be clear, you're not saying that this is Mr. Jackson Bolanos because you don't know, right?
I know who I was tracking. Legally, I can't say who that is. In
Okay,
that
I'm
video.
asking you. You cannot say that that's
I
Mr.
can't
Jackson
say the
Bolanos,
name.
correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Legally.
And then this person, well,
I can't.
if you were stating what you believe.
A person I
Right.
was tracking, sir. I can't say a name. I'm not allowed to say
Okay,
who that is.
Okay.
It has to be somebody that knows the
Okay,
person
listen.
to say who that is.
Okay.
in the
Listen.
video.
Okay. Right enough, Sergeant. During your direct, questions were asked of you of, do you believe this is a subject, correct? Or what the subject was doing, correct?
Yes.
And you said, I believe the subject was doing A, B, and C, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Never did you say during direct, oh, I can't say it's the subject, or you didn't say that, did you?
It's only because I never said that. That never came up. I
Okay,
never, the name issue ever came up. I was tracking a person with a bag in the parking lot,
Okay.
and I left it at that. Now, amongst our investigators, we talk about who we're tracking. Yes.
Okay.
I can't say to the jury, I can't say to you who that person
Okay.
is legally.
Now, at this point in time, you can't see where whoever this person is actually came from.
No, that's why the ellipse starts when I do see movement. That's
Okay.
the person.
You can't say whether or not whoever this person is walked up or down Joliet Place, correct?
Correct. What's highlighted is the only part we can see on the video.
Okay. And from the video, you can't make any positive identifications of even what the person is wearing, correct?
That's fair.
You can't even make any identifications if it's a male or a female, can you?
That's correct.
You don't know simply if somebody was going to their car to get something, correct?
That I don't know.
Okay. And you would agree that this is a very, very brief clip as far as
The movement.
the duration.
I'll
Yes.
agree with that. yeah.
Okay. Now I will forward to 47 minutes on the compilation. If we look in the top right corner, or just maybe left of right above to the top left of that black car at the top of the screen, do you see some individuals walking, people walking?
Yes.
Okay. And you would agree that it appears that Mr. Jackson Bolanos is walking away from those individuals, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm pausing at 4:35. Does it appear that Mr. Jackson Bolanos has a glove on his left hand?
It appears to be something light color.
Okay,
I don't know if he's holding something or if it's a glove.
Okay. But you would agree that walking up to this area, we'll walk back. We'll go back a little bit.
You notice he's calling him by his name, Michael Jackson Bolanos, and making the
So
guy
you'd agree
on the
it
stand
appears
say,
that it could be a glove on
yes,
his hand
yes,
at this point in time,
yes.
correct?
I guess it could be a glove. When that intersection prior to that, when he was
He's
walking,
subconsciously
I actually thought he
doing
had something
it.
in his hand, like maybe something.
Okay, but from this vantage point, it looks like he has a glove on his
He
hand,
could be
correct?
holding something, sir. I don't know if it's a glove or not.
It's like he doesn't know if that's who it is.
Go back to 47. Right there, does it appear that he has a glove on his hand at 46, 45?
Again, sir, it's hard to say. He was in that car
Okay.
seconds prior. That could be something he's holding. That zoomed in, and you can see that it's actually pixelating. It zoomed in so far, so it's difficult to make that determination.
Okay.
See, that's altered.
And we will go to 53 minutes on the compilation. We'll start at 52:52, which is 3:07 and 23 seconds in the AM. You'd agree that it looked like Mr. Jackson Bolanos turned around to look over his shoulder, correct?
Hard to see with the
Well,
glare.
I'll back up just
Yeah,
slightly.
if you don't mind.
Right there, you'd agree that it looked like he turned over his shoulder, correct?
Yeah, it appears so.
Okay.
Yeah. After, yes.
And does it appear that he's looking in the bag?
Yeah,
Okay, his head is orientated towards the back, correct?
sure seems.
Okay. Does it appear that his hand is in the bag?
That's hard to say, sir.
Okay. But you would agree that the bag he's holding the bag with one hand and the front of the bag is in front of him. It seems kind of loose, correct?
It does, yeah.
Okay. I will go to. Does it appear that he has a glove on his right hand at 55 and 31 seconds?
It's hard to say with this. This is an infrared camera, so there's no color.
Okay,
So infrared's a different animal.
you would agree that it looks like he has some type of light colored object on his hand when you lift his hand.
I can't say that. His hand appears light, and it's only because there's no color now. And so infrared only reads. It's a beam that only it shoots out. It comes back. It reads light and dark.
Okay,
That's all I can say.
But you would agree that it's light.
Yeah, I agree it's light. Yeah,
Okay.
but I can't agree it's a glove.
Okay. And you would agree. Okay. So we will forward to. Oops. I will start playing at 57 seconds and 43 on the compilation, which corresponds with 3:24 and 25 seconds in the AM. You can watch Mr. Jackson Bolanos. Does it appear that he's running away?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I will forward to 58, and I'll start playing at 58 and 33, which corresponds with 3:25 and 30 seconds in the AM. Doesn't appear that Mr. Jackson Bolanos is running again?
Yes, it
Okay.
does.
So you would agree that throughout your observation of Mr. Jackson Bolanos, he ran multiple times, correct?
He did. Yeah.
Okay. And he ran multiple times before 4:20 in the AM, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
But again,
I will forward. I will start playing at 1:10 and 11 seconds on the compilation, which corresponds with 3:50 and 53 seconds in the AM. Now, Samantha Woll's apartment is to the left of this green circle, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, isn't it true that you never saw Mr. Jackson Bolanos walk in the direction of Samantha Woll's apartment, correct?
No, I believe I did.
Oh, you believe you did?
Yes.
Okay. But on this particular compilation that you compiled,
Yes, sir.
you would agree that he's walking towards the right. He's walking away from her apartment, correct?
At 3:52.
At
Yes.
3:52, yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
yeah, which they say he did this at 4:20.
And he's continuing to walk away from, he's getting more distance from her apartment, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Uh-huh. What are we looking at? So if that's the security vehicle, he was driving by this
Now, you would
person.
agree that during this compilation, there is no footage of Mr. Jackson Bolanos walking off screen towards the direction of Miss Wall's apartment, correct?
At what point?
At any point.
I consider that in the direction where the few clips I slowed down with carrying the bag in that direction.
Oh, in that direction. Okay.
It's not away. It's in that direction.
And this, from your observation, this is some security, correct? At 4:10 and 31 seconds, this is.
I believe it is, yeah. It's
Okay.
got the flashing lights consistent with security. Continue watching?
Yeah.
So he didn't notice anybody walking in the
They're
parking
making
lot, remember?
around in this same apartment complex's parking lot of where you believed you saw Mr. Jackson Bolanos at 3:53, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And this would have been approximately 9 minutes prior to Samantha Woll's motion from her ADT, correct? Approximately.
4:10 to 4. I don't recall the exact time on the motion,
Okay.
but it's approximately 10.
And do you know at what point in time this security left the parking lot?
This security we just watched?
Yes.
If we could replay it, I don't know. It's a matter of seconds. They basically came down Juliet Place, turned and went back
Okay.
out to the.
Do you know what security officer that in fact was?
No, I don't.
Okay. Did you ever interview anybody?
No, I didn't. That's homicide
In your
task force.
investigation, did you ever find out who it was?
No, that's the homicide task force.
Okay.
They did one.
Okay. Now, and then you saw Mr. Jackson Bolanos at 4:23 in some odd seconds by the Monroe Bridge, walking across 375, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And when you saw Mr. Jackson Bolanos, he was walking, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he wasn't running over the bridge, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you indicated from your knowledge there was a strike going on, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that if somebody's walking across the Monroe Bridge, you could probably see these individuals standing out because they're in an illuminated area? That'd be fair to say, correct?
The striking individual?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So it'd be fair to say that Mr. Jackson Bolanos walked towards these people, correct?
Yeah, where they were standing,
Okay.
coming across the bridge, he would be walking towards people.
Okay.
Yes.
And you would agree, based upon your knowledge of the area, Mr. Jackson Bolanos, instead of walking over the Monroe Bridge towards the casino, he could have continued down the service drive and intersected with Gratiot, and then took Gratiot down to 36th District Court or the route he took home, correct?
He could have gotten that way, yes.
Okay.
For sure.
And you would agree that had been a less populated area, more or less? There weren't people striking down the service drive when it intersects with Gratiot. The alternate route he could have taken, correct?
It would have been less popular.
It'd been
yes.
less populated, okay.
Yes.
You'd agree that he took the more populated route, correct?
Sure.
Okay.
And you agree he'd be covered in blood. It was such a bloody crime scene. He didn't change his clothes. He didn't wash off. He didn't any of those things if he's the one who did it. He went home squeaky clean.
And you would agree that no of the, I guess, strikers seem to orientate their head towards Mr. Jackson Bolanos, correct? As he walked by, correct? It didn't appear.
None of them. It didn't appear there's motion.
Okay.
Again, I don't know where they're looking. But
Okay. And as part of your job of looking at this video, I'm almost certain that you enhanced these pictures and zoomed on these pictures, correct?
yes, sir.
Okay. And you didn't see any blood on Mr. Jackson Bolanos, did you?
On the clothes, I did not.
No, or his face or anywhere on his body, did you?
No.
Okay. Now, I'm sorry, let me go back. Now, we're at the intersection of Macomb and Chrysler, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it'd be fair to say that this particular glove that was found on November the 30th is found right across, maybe slightly to the top left of where this particular sign is, right?
Yeah, that'd be fair.
Okay. And watching this video, you never saw Mr. Jackson Bolanos ever walk over there, did you?
No,
You never saw Mr. Jackson Bolanos ever toss anything in that direction, did you?
I did not.
Okay. I'm gonna fast forward just a little bit.
And if you did such a thorough
Now,
investigation, you
what
would
is
have
the
gone
what
back
is
and
the
looked
time
at
right
other
now?
video.
If you could back up a second
Okay.
before we roll.
It's 4:20. Is it 4:25-ish?
Yeah, 4:25, 15 a.m.
Okay.
system time.
Now, did you do any calibration of this particular system to know whether or not there was an offset of time?
No, I was given the information from Rock Security.
Okay. Did you do any verification to see if it was off 5 or 10 seconds?
No, I did not.
Okay, so you don't know whether or not this is 4:25 in 15 seconds or 4:25 in 0 seconds, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, were you aware through your investigation that Mr. Jackson Bolanos had a text message at 4:25 in the a.m.?
No, I wasn't.
You weren't aware of that?
No, sir.
Okay. If I will go to People's Exhibit 45.
I need a motion
Just
for
the
dismissal.
record, I am publishing People's Exhibit 45, which is the timeline report of Mr. Jackson Bolanos' cell phone that was extracted. And if we can go down to line 41. At the top. Do you see that this is an outgoing text at approximately, I'll zoom in a little bit, it might be kind of hard to see. An outgoing text message at 4:25.
You're talking about 4:25:01? Yes, sir.
Yes.
I see it.
Okay. Yep. Now you're unable to say exactly when this particular video in Exhibit 78, this footage, whether or not this is correct, the time, as far as the
Yeah,
offset.
exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now you see a little light in Mr. Jackson Bolanos' left hand. You see a light just
Something's illuminating. Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
that could be a phone, correct? That's on his phone, correct?
Could be. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. You saw the light some more, correct? Do I need to go back a
Yeah.
little
It
bit?
appears he's carrying something that's
Okay, that's it.
illuminating. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, he was given a narrative, and that's what he did. That's literally all he did was search for a video with a guy that looked like this. He just
Now, if
cut
we go
everybody else out.
forward just a little bit. You'd agree at this point in time, he starts to walk, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So that little, I guess what you categorize as a run was very brief, maybe 1 or 2 seconds, correct?
If we could play it again, I wasn't paying attention to it. It was
Okay.
a matter of seconds, but I wasn't paying attention. Approximately 4 or 5 seconds.
You agree that he starts to walk and it's clip, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
He runs like I do, 4 to 5 seconds and phew, done. That's it. That's all I got in me.
Now, based on your, I guess, observation and your analysis, you indicated that you believe he had gloves on, correct?
At some point.
At some point in time.
Yes.
And you don't know when he would have put these gloves on, correct? When or where, correct?
That's fair to say, yeah.
Okay. And it'd also be fair to say that through various different points through the night, you didn't have surveillance footage of him, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And you didn't know where he was, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. And that was at other times, not just from 4 o'clock to 4:23, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you also agree at other points, at some points, obviously, that you misidentified Mr. Jackson Bolanos, correct?
Once I did, yeah.
Once that you know of, correct?
That I did.
But
Yeah,
then again, you don't know what you don't know, right? That'd be fair, right?
That's fair to say.
Okay. Now, if we could go to People's Exhibit. And I'm not sure of the number. I forget the number. Which I believe it's 79.
Well, yeah, but if he was given a certain task to do, which was look for this person and match it up with these towers, that's what he was told to do.
Of this individual who's ultimately running. Now, would it be fair to say that when this video starts, you don't know where this person is coming from? You just see them because they're illuminated by this car light, correct?
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
Okay. It'd be fair to say that you don't know if this person previously came from the direction of Samantha Woll's apartment. That'd be fair, right?
You talking about on foot or in a vehicle or?
On foot.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't know.
You wouldn't know what they were doing a minute, 10 minutes prior to you seeing them right now, correct?
That's correct.
And if they would have came from Samantha Woll's apartment, you would know based upon what you see here, correct?
Based on this, correct. Yes.
Okay. And I will fast forward. And we'd agree that this is at 124, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And we can agree this is not Mr. Jackson Bolanos, correct?
Great. Yes.
Okay. And we'd agree that this person is running, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now let me ask you, detective, that didn't strike you as odd as somebody's in the parking lot of Samantha Woll's apartment. You don't know where they came from prior to you seeing them, and all of a sudden they started to run away from the scene?
Yeah, that's why I made that.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought it was odd.
Did you track this person? Do you know where they went?
That's the only video I had of that person. That's the only.
Are they running towards the area of Lafayette Towers?
No, it's hard to say. It's more towards the parking lot.
It's hard to say.
I think either Lafayette Towers or the parking lot where the laundromat is. Yeah.
So Lafayette Towers, correct? They were running towards that direction, correct?
To the east of the school. We're talking about the same building.
You tell me.
Is that the name of
detective?
the?
Detective. Did you have an opportunity to investigate this video?
Yes.
Tell the jury what area they are running towards.
So that person got out of the vehicle, went behind the school.
Hold on, you said got out of the vehicle?
Or came from the vehicle.
Oh.
Is that fair? The area of the vehicle?
Would it be fair to say that you didn't see that person exit the vehicle? Would it be fair to say that you only saw that person when the vehicle started to approach them and the light hit them. That'd be fair to say, wouldn't it?
I'd say after the vehicle stopped and the lights went off, I
The-
saw a person.
Let's back up. Let's back up.
He's trying to point out, did you look at any other cameras and find out where this person went? Because I got to look at my notes, but at some point she opened her back door, remember?
Would it be fair to say that when this, I guess, circle comes on, the vehicle never stopped, correct? The vehicle went towards the left. You didn't.
No, the vehicle parked behind that light colored vehicle, and I turned on what you see as a highlight to highlight that area. That vehicle stopped and parked behind that light colored vehicle.
You didn't see any interior lights of that vehicle illuminate, did you?
No, I didn't see the lights, but I did see
You didn't see any lights illuminate on the vehicle, correct?
interior lights.
Interior
lights.
lights.
No, I did not.
Okay.
I couldn't see.
Now, to be fair to say that you never saw this person exit that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you don't know from your observation if that person was there, and the only reason that you can see the person or brought your attention to the person is because the lights of that vehicle somewhat illuminated that person, correct?
No, the first thing I noticed was movement away from the driver's side of that vehicle.
Okay.
No, he wasn't there at the time that backdoor timer went off.
Now, where is this vehicle in relation to where this illuminated
Their
circle
timing
was?
is totally off.
Behind the light colored vehicle on the left side of the illumination.
And the reason why you illuminated this is because, in your observation, you're seeing an individual, correct?
At some point, I'm going to, yes. I highlighted it for this purpose
Okay.
to help illuminate it.
Yeah, they're just trying to force a narrative that's not there. I think she was something happened to her earlier.
You don't see that person ever emerge from a vehicle, correct?
Their time frame is too short.
And you would agree that they emerged from the area of coming from Samantha Woll's apartment. You would agree to that, right?
When I first observed that person, they were directly next to the driver's side of that vehicle, consistent with exiting that vehicle.
As the vehicle
No,
approached and they passed, correct?
Seconds after that vehicle was stopped.
Okay.
And the first observation was consistent with near the driver's door of that vehicle, which as an investigator, I believe that they got out of that vehicle.
You believe they got out the vehicle.
Yes,
You never saw them get out the vehicle, did you?
I see him standing next to it.
That's not my question.
No, I didn't see the door open and them get out. No, I didn't.
Now, if we go back to
Well, they didn't go over the phone records of David or Aaron or any of them. They just said they did look into their phone records, but they didn't say what they said. They just said they were cleared. Everybody's cleared. Don't you know? They're all cleared.
Exhibit 37.
I think there's more suspects than there are. It's like seriously a game of Clue or something. But I think something happened sooner than 4 or something in the morning because if she was cold to the touch, it was in the mid 40s. It takes time for your body temperature to drop. Although she had lost a lot of blood in the hallway, that's another thing. A major artery wasn't damaged. So she would have taken a lot of time to bleed out that much
How do I get rid of that?
in the hallway, since not a major artery was cut.
You see this line I have, that I'm trying to.
And it also depends on what time she took her Ambien.
I'll do it a better way. A different way. If you could read the top line, the very top line.
Okay, the very top line says, monitor, LIV-RM-MT-DET, sensor 4, idle more info.
Okay.
And then on the far right, it is dated 10/21/2023, 1:24.
Okay. And were you aware of this information, of this particular printout that would indicate that there was an idle mode from Samantha Woll's ADT at 1:24?
I don't think I've ever seen that. No.
You never seen that?
No.
Okay. You did indicate you went to the scene, correct?
I went to the scene, yes.
Okay. Did you go inside the scene?
I did
Okay.
the first day.
Okay. You saw the condition of this apartment, correct?
I did.
Okay. And you saw the pools of blood that were in the hallway, correct?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
And upon your upon your experience, would that indicate that a body was laying in a position for an extended period of time to have this pool? I mean, you can say what he believed. He's a detective. He's a homicide detective.
If you know.
I don't know. I don't know. I'll say this, that it appears that somebody might have laid down. The amount of time is impossible
Okay.
to determine.
But you would agree that it was a pool of blood, correct?
I consider it a pool.
Okay. And did you also know or notice
Excuse me.
the footprints that led away from that pool of blood towards the back of the room?
I don't recall. I didn't analyze the scene like homicide analyzed the scene. My purpose was more so an overview. Like I said, just to understand what happened, where it happened, and then knowing that I potentially maybe
That wasn't my job.
To know what happened, where it happened. So
Yeah.
in order to know what happened, you have to be analytical and look at the scene, correct?
to a point. Yes.
To a certain point,
Yeah.
okay? And to know where it happened, you would also have to look at certain evidence throughout the scene, correct?
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay. So did you ever possibly think that she could have been stabbed much earlier, fell down and collapsed in the hallway, and then got up and stumbled outside?
Objection
I-
calls for speculation.
I mean, he can.
That's his entire job is
He said he had to
speculation.
give an overview. I want to know.
It's called for speculation.
That's what detectives
Did you
do.
know the threshold of when her ADT would detect motion? How far you have to be into it?
Objection, this is outside of the scope of direct. I'm not sure what we're dealing going back into this territory with the witness who
I mean,
wasn't responsible for this aspect of the case.
Ronnie, he said he went to the scene. He said he wanted to get an overview of what happened, where it happened. I think that's a very pertinent question.
Were you part of the group that went to test the ADT?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Were you aware that as far as your attempt to get an overview of the case,
Of
of the threshold of the ADT?
No. This was initially at the scene. It's there's so much of an investigation that went into this after I left. And
Okay.
that's what the homicide task force handled.
Okay. When this glove was recovered, did you ever express your opinion based upon your analysis and review of the surveillance that you don't believe that Mr. Jackson Bolanos could have discarded that glove in that particular area?
Which glove?
The
Glove
glove
that I found on a search warrant?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that was my opinion. I said, I don't think it has anything to do with it, but I'm not going to leave it there.
Okay.
I knew
You,
it's
you,
evidence. It's a glove. If I saw a knife, I'd have collected a knife.
you didn't say that during direct. You didn't express your
I
opinion.
wasn't asked that. I wasn't asked my opinion,
Oh, you
certainly.
didn't? Okay.
I was asked what I did. If you're asking my opinion, I told them I don't think it has anything to do with it, but I think we collected because it's not what you know.
Okay.
Never mind.
Okay.
He wants to say it so badly. He's like, it's not what I think, it's what I'm told to think.
also agree that throughout the night, Mr.
I was
Jackson
brought here to
Bolanos
blame
had his
that
hands in his
guy.
pocket at multiple times from the beginning to the end. Correct.
That's fair.
Okay.
yes.
Do you know if you remember what the weather conditions would have been on that night?
Honestly, I don't.
Okay, but it had been in late October, correct?
October 21st.
Okay, and is your understanding, if it is, that when Samantha Woll was found, her body was cold to the touch, correct?
I don't have any knowledge of that.
You don't have, okay. Now, in regards to this automobile that had its tires maybe slashed, you didn't see Mr. Jackson Bolanos go by this vehicle, did you? On surveillance?
No, it's not even, the vehicle's not even seen from that school surveillance,
Okay,
as you pointed out.
absolutely. And do you know what time the responding officers would have arrived on the scene to get this dash cam footage that you edited?
No, I didn't see a timestamp on it.
You didn't see a timestamp? Okay, but wouldn't that be important in whether to analyze the depths of the tires slashes, what time it was, and what time you thought it may have done to basically come to a conclusion of, okay, how fast would this air possibly deflated from the tire to have still be going down at the time when the officers responded?
That would be something for the homicide task force. I was only asked to work on the video and speed it up to show that effect.
Okay.
I didn't investigate that piece.
So what time frame did you cover in the video that you edited?
That I didn't see a timestamp on it. I was
No,
just
not-
asked.
Not time stamp, time duration. What was the duration of the video that you edited in order to speed it up? Was it a 5-minute video? Is it an hour video? That's what I'm asking.
Oh, I think it was approximately 3 minutes. I think 4 minutes, quite possibly.
3 or 4 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. And so what you're
Wait,
Is that the sped up version?
No, that took them a few minutes and sped them up to give the effect of how far that vehicle moved.
okay, so what you're saying is within 3 minutes, that vehicle was noticeably moving from the lack of air or the air leaving its tires. What you're saying, correct?
No, actually, if I could retract, I don't know based on the tires.
You
ah,
edited you edited
I was
the video,
given a
correct?
video with no timestamp on it. I was asked to speed it up. I didn't look at the times.
Okay, detective. I didn't mean to cut you off. I just want to be clear, so everybody's clear. So
Absolutely.
we'll get to the truth. What I'm saying is not what the timestamp is, the duration of the video you edited. Was it a 5-minute video or was it an hour-long video that you edited?
I can say I believe it was minutes.
Minutes?
And again, I'm not trying to give you a hard time. What I'm saying though is I was told to start when the vehicle is with those lines I drew and
he
end
doesn't know.
when it ended. I didn't pay attention to the amount of time.
Okay, if you edit a video to speed it up, isn't it important to know the duration of the video that you're editing, just in case you're asked that question?
But that's what I was only asked to do that piece. It
Okay.
wasn't-
But in order to edit something, you must first understand what you're editing, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. And to speed something up, you must first know the duration of the video if you're speeding it up, correct?
No, I don't need the
Okay.
duration. What I need to do is if I can scrub that video to the point where it's not moving. to the
I
part
can
where it's
manipulate the
down,
video.
That's all I need. I just need to mark that, speed that up, and turn it back over.
Okay. And how fast did you speed it up? Was it 1.5 times
No,
the
it
normal
was
speed?
over 1,000 times.
Over 1,000
Yeah,
times
to get that effect. Yeah.
to get that effect? Okay. And so you're saying that this video duration was a matter of minutes, correct?
I don't want to get locked in, and I don't recall.
Okay.
But it would versus hours. I would think it would be a
Minutes.
lot.
Okay, so within a matter of minutes,
Yeah,
you're saying that this vehicle
I'm gonna
was
use
able
TikTok
to be
edit, green
noticeably
screen edit,
changing
do
its
it
position from higher to lower in a matter of minutes.
with bold glamour.
It's the same, right?
It wasn't noticeable. That's why I was asked to speed it up to show the difference.
Right, but
it
it
was a slow.
But it was noticeable from the start of the edit to the end of the edit.
Yes,
In your opinion, there was a noticeable change.
correct.
Okay. And from your understanding that this would have, responding officers came around 6:50, 7 o'clock, maybe?
I don't know, honestly. I don't
Okay,
know.
when you, in your attempt to get an overview of the scenario, of this scene,
Mhm.
did you ever inquire when the responding officers would arrive on the scene?
That would have been, no, I did not. That's a
That's-
homicide task force. I
Okay.
was simply there to observe, so I wasn't there to get
Yeah.
the
I just,
intimate details.
But you were there to get an overview, though, right?
Yes,
Okay.
Yeah.
And in your attempt to get an overview of this vehicle changing positions, you never inquired on when the responding officers would have arrived to get this footage.
Objection to relevance. We've had plenty of testimony from the responding officers themselves at the time that they were on scene. This is totally irrelevant.
Well, you've asked him multiple times and he's given you his answer.
But I don't believe it's definitely not irrelevant. It's very
But he's
relevant.
already said he doesn't know multiple times.
Well, that's not a proper objection. I mean, he's saying it's ask and answer, but he's saying it's irrelevant.
But I'm saying it's been asked and answered. You've asked him this multiple times, he doesn't know.
Okay.
Perhaps someone else does.
I mean, he's a detective.
Do you think it would have been important to know when the responding officers arrived?
Objection asked and answered.
No, I didn't ask if it was important.
I
Do you think it would have been important in order for you to know when the responding officers arrived on the scene?
sir, I don't believe so, because I wasn't asked to do anything but show that video, speed it up, and that was it. Not to offer an opinion, not to offer advice,
Okay.
speed it up and turn it back over. That's all I did.
Okay. Now, based upon your review and analysis of watching Mr. Jackson Bolanos, you weren't aware of Mr. Jackson Bolanos breaking any windows to any vehicles, were you?
No, sir.
Okay. You were not aware of Mr. Jackson Bolanos stealing a car, driving off with that car, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. You were not aware of Mr. Jackson Bolanos ever trying to attempt to physically remove somebody from their car, were you?
No.
Okay. There were no reports of Mr. Jackson Bolanos ever brandishing a weapon at anybody in an attempt to remove them from their car, correct?
No, sir.
Now, in regards to this individual running in the direction towards Lafayette Towers, did you ever attempt to get footage from Lafayette Towers?
Yes, sir.
Okay, did you get that?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you ever look at any other areas to try to get surveillance of where this person who was running from the direction of Samantha Woll's apartment, where they eventually ran?
From the street, you're talking about the same individual?
The same
From
individual
that,
who
where I
was
saw him on the
running
street.
at 124.
Yes, I did. I tried, green light had overwritten already. I think the, Detective Mason had gone to Hungry Howie's,
Okay.
tried to get that video, it was overwritten.
And from your understanding, there was an attempt to get phone information that could have triangulated this person running, correct?
I don't have firsthand knowledge of that, no.
You don't know?
No, I don't.
Okay. But you do know that there was an attempt to triangulate Mr. Jackson Bolanos' cell phone. It corresponded with the surveillance cameras, correct?
Yeah,
Okay. And you know who was responsible for, I guess, getting all the cell phone data, extracting and analyze it to make a determination of where they thought Mr. Jackson Bolanos might have been in a particular area. You are aware of who was doing that, correct?
I'm kind of confused. Are you saying it extracted from a phone or cell tower data?
The cell phone data. You are aware that Mr. Jackson Bolanos' cell phone data was captured, correct?
Are we talking, I'm just to clarify, are we talking cell phone tower data or
Yes.
cell phone
Cell phone
extraction data?
cell phone tower data.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Okay. And you are aware that they attempted to analyze that data to put Mr. Jackson Bolanos in a particular area, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, and you knew the individual who was responsible for this, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, when you saw this individual running, you presented that information to whoever the officer in charge would have been, correct?
We had all talked about it. Yeah, I think
Okay.
they actually told me about it.
Okay.
But yeah, there was numerous people who knew about that.
Okay.
For sure.
And you talked about possibly trying to get cell phone data of this particular person, correct?
I wouldn't have. No, I'm sure the conversation was had. I wasn't part of that conversation.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that if a person leaves their phone at home, it would be kind of impossible to get cell phone data to triangulate it or correspond it with surveillance, correct? That would be a fair statement, right?
No, you could, if they were left their phone at home and it was used at home, that'd be relevant.
No.
You can do it.
Okay,
Yes.
I'm just asking hypothetically, if the person who was running did not have a cell phone, it would be impossible to triangulate their location and correspond it with this particular video if their phone is at home, right?
That would be fair.
Okay. And as far as you know, to your knowledge, there was never an ability to recover the identity of this person who was running, correct?
That's correct. That person was not identified.
Okay.
Yeah, they got all
Did
video
you guys
footage.
give up?
No.
Okay.
No, again, we had talked about it. I put that video together because I found it to be relevant. It was in the area. So I turned it back over to the homicide task force. You did certainly have to ask them what else was done.
Okay.
Oh,
And you
okay.
said you were unaware of there being an idle mode at Samantha Woll's house approximately around the same time that you see the individual running from the scene.
I didn't understand what you said. IMO?
Excuse me?
I didn't understand what you said.
I said, you're
I was
stating
aware.
that you were unaware that Samantha Woll's ADT went into idle mode at 124, which is approximately the same time that you see this individual running away from the area.
Right. Yeah, I was unaware of that.
Okay. If you were aware of that, would you maybe tried a little bit harder to find the identity of this person?
No, sir. I tried to. We did everything we could to find that. I think my piece
Everything?
of this, like I said from the very beginning, was the video.
Okay.
Right. So that video canvas would have been done trying to find out where the person ran to. A lot of the video was overwritten.
When the videos are overwritten, at what point in time did you notice this person running away? When in time was it?
I don't recall the date. It was sometime after because there's so much video going through it. It doesn't happen the first day, second day. It's weeks of
It was
going
weeks?
over, and I don't know when. I can't even give you a date as to when we saw that.
And what video in particular, or specifically speaking, was overwritten, which precluded you the ability to, I guess, find more information about this person?
Probably the green light to the east in that parking lot towards where they were running. That only stores typically for 30 days.
30
So
days.
this would have been outside of that.
Okay.
See, that's because they were
Would it be fair to
strictly
say,
piecing
had you
together
found this
video
information sooner of this person running away,
of
you would have been able to extract
Michael.
the video from the green light?
I certainly might have been able to. Yeah.
Okay. And you could have possibly maybe had some type of identification of this person running.
I think it would have helped. Yeah.
Okay. Are you familiar with a location, Hyde Park Co-op?
Not the name. Don't you have an address or?
On the Quinder Cut near St. Albans?
I'm not familiar with it.
Okay, so it'd be fair to say that you didn't try to extract video from this location?
Me personally, no.
Okay.
I don't recall.
And from your knowledge, there was not an attempt to get video from
Oh,
this?
I have no idea. There was a lot of attempts, I don't know who or
Okay.
what or what.
So he says it was playing a
Hungry
podcast.
Howie's overwritten?
I think, no, there was some video in that, from the back.
Okay. Did you look through the Hungry Howie's video for this particular time of approximately 124 for this individual who was running?
I don't believe I did. I think either Detective Mason might have checked that or certified. I did not.
But you don't know. So you don't know if it was checked at all.
Right.
You didn't have a conversation with Detective Mason about him checking specifically for this individual running after 124 through the area of Hungry Howie's, did you?
I don't recall. Honestly, I don't.
Okay. But this individual is important, correct?
Everybody's important.
Okay.
Yeah.
And had you had this conversation, you would have took some notes down, correct? About having this conversation, correct?
Quite possibly, yeah.
And at the very least, you'd at least remembered having this very important conversation.
I would remember.
Okay. And as of right now, you don't remember.
Yeah, I don't recall. The conversation.
Did you get any camera footage from, I guess that would have been Lafayette Towers. 1301 Orleans would have been Lafayette Towers, correct?
I believe that is, yeah.
Okay.
I don't recall seeing any video there.
Okay. You don't recall seeing any video, or are you saying definitively they don't have any video there?
But yeah, I don't recall. Honestly, I don't recall. You have to, I didn't extract from there. I didn't go there.
Okay. But I guess, hypothetically speaking, if a person is running in that direction, logically, one of the first places one would go to extract that video of that individual running would be Lafayette Towers, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
And that person being a very important individual in this particular investigation, surely you would have remembered whether or not you went to the most logical place to extract video. You'd have remembered that if you did.
I would have remembered if I did, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And as
I
far,
did not go to that location. We had a team that worked on this.
okay.
And if there was video, I'm very confident I would have seen it.
Okay.
So I'm gonna.
And
I have not seen any video from there.
And since you have a team, since this being a very important individual who is running at 124, surely you would have discussed this with your team, whether or not this video was available to be extracted from Lafayette, correct?
Absolutely.
And as far as you remember, no conversation was had between you and your team, correct?
No, it was had. It was had. We need video. We need to continue this pushing eastbound.
Okay, but I'm not asking the conversation of whether or not you need video. I'm talking specifically whether or not a conversation was had on we need video from 1301 Orleans, aka the Lafayette Park Towers.
Yes.
That conversation was not had.
The conversation was had. I recall Sergeant Steve Ford talking about that building, and there was no video available to be recovered.
Thank you, Sergeant. No further questions.
Thank you.
Are you gonna have a long redirect or should we? No redirect. None? Questions on the jury? And down, council folks? To the bench?
I listened to the closing argument arguments yesterday. I started the Sarah Boone letter, but I didn't finish it. I think I was I don't know what I was doing. Gwen probably knows what I was doing. I hear Sarah Boone is saying something like, it's not her. It's not me. It's them. All 30 of them that won't represent me. Well, apparently, according to the Karen Reed thing, I'm on all the pages. They're saying that they're not going to come back with a verdict today. They want to adjourn at 4. So I don't know. Yes, I'm really like, this is the only trial I'm really worried about. So I left him a really long message, and I actually mentioned that to him about her, the temperature of her body and the weather, and that it was in the mid 40s, and it takes X amount of time for your body to decrease in temperature. And
If you know, was the blue glove retrieved on November 30th, tested for potential DNA or fingerprint evidence?
I have no idea. That went to the homicide task force.
So you wouldn't have anything to do with that?
No, ma'am, I would not.
During Exhibit 78, if you know how many times prior to 4 a.m. did the subject look behind him while walking versus after 4:20?
I have no idea. I didn't count them.
So all of these exhibits will be available to the jury to look at during deliberations. So I believe many times were pointed out during cross-examination. If you know, what is the distance between the crime scene and when the subject is next seen?
Yeah, I do know that. It's 0.3 of a mile.
Okay. During Exhibit 78, how many times prior to 4 a.m. did the subject run versus after 4:20?
I don't recall. I didn't mark those down.
Okay. And again, that exhibit will be available for you to look at in-depth deliberations. And on Exhibit 74, how far apart in time was the subject and the other person shown on the video? At the Gordon Food parking lot?
Yeah, that would have been seconds, because as the person's walking toward the van through the parking lot, Mr. Bolanos appears at the top of the screen.
Oh, now you're saying it's Mr. Bolanos?
Any further questions based on those?
Not for me, Your Honor.
Yes, just a couple questions. Sergeant, you would agree that Mr. Jackson Bolanos turned around to look behind him multiple times, this amount of times prior to 4:20.
I'd say multiple. I wouldn't say countless.
Okay, but multiple.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Again, I don't know the number. Though.
Okay, and it was a lot. It was more than a few, correct?
I'd leave it at multiple.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough. And you would agree that he ran multiple times prior to 4:20.
I don't recall how many. There's a couple at least. Yes.
A couple,
Yeah.
multiple.
Yeah.
Correct.
Multiple being 3, a couple being 2 or 3. Yeah. There's
More than one time.
more than one time, I believe. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Any further?
You would agree that he ran after jumping into a secure parking garage, tampering with vehicles, and then jumping out of it, correct?
I would say yes.
And then
What?
Standing near vehicles, I would definitely say.
You can't say he was
Yeah,
tampering
in
with
that
vehicles.
parking lot, he ran.
And then you would also agree that he was observed running after leaving the area of the crime scene, correct?
That's fair. On the other side of the freeway.
And you would agree that when you first saw Mr. Jackson Bolanos on the Monroe Bridge, he was not running, correct?
Correct.
You would also agree when he walked past the casino with multiple individuals out there, he was not running, correct?
Correct.
And you would also agree that he ran at another point in time when he was carrying what appears to be a white bag where no other individuals appeared to be around him, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
questions from the jury? We're gonna break for lunch. We're 15 minutes late here. We've got several matters we have to take care of before our staff gets, myself and the staff gets to lunch. So we'll come back at 1:45. We have three.
Okay. First, I just want to go here because I just want to know why. Why this is happening.
Ms. Peterson.
Why
wanted
is
to talk
Paris Hilton?
Briefly about a bill that I've introduced. We know that kinship care providers play an essential role in caring for children, and they do so many times without access to resources that they wish they had. The bill that I've introduced that hopefully gets included in a package we do here, the Empowering Kinship Caregivers and Youth Act, clarifies that kinship caregivers are eligible for services under Title 4B. And I just wonder if you could talk a little bit about that. I know you've had access to services and supports and maybe supports that you didn't receive, and just talk about the importance of kinship care being eligible for coverage.
Yeah, that bill sounds like a very important one. Thank you for working on that. Our family has never received any resources or assistance from the government for the kinship care that we provide. When my siblings started living with us, we tried to reach out to Human Services to officially become kinship caregivers and get access to those resources, but we weren't considered a priority because they knew my sibling was safe and already living with us. We never received a response, a court date, not a paper to sign. And our other options would be to hire a lawyer to serve papers, get their attention, but I wasn't willing to give Human Services any more of my time because I gave them enough of that as a youth.
Okay, I'm just curious why Paris Hilton is talking. Okay, you said the judge and Alan Jackson had a... Ugh. Okay.
What is back in session, you may be seated.
22117.
All right, so why are we out here?
Your Honor, I just saw the verdict forms, and as we discussed yesterday.
Oh, I love lawyer, you know.
No. Okay, I did not say I make it. I said I'd think about it. I said I was tired and I needed to think about it.
You said before you were tired and you needed to think about it because you agreed that there needs to be not guilty options for subordinate charges under count 2.
I said that it made sense to me, but no, I did not change it upon looking at it because the verdict slip, this verdict slip as submitted to the jury is exactly how it always is in Massachusetts.
I ask you a question then. I don't really care how it always is in Massachusetts. I care about whether or not it's appropriate.
It's appropriate.
Two different things.
It's appropriate.
Let me make my argument, if you don't mind, Judge, why it's not appropriate. For a superior charge, they have to decide that she is not guilty of the superior charge. And that is the starting point of whether or not she is guilty or not guilty of any subordinate charge, often called a lesser included. Once they decide that she's not guilty of the superior charge, now there's two additional charges that they've been instructed they must decide whether she's guilty or not guilty of. How do they decide that she's not guilty of the first subordinate charge, involuntary manslaughter?
Okay. Anything else you want to say, Mr. Jackson?
I'd like an answer from the court. How do they decide that she's not guilty of involuntary manslaughter on that verdict?
That's their decision to make.
And how do they make it if they don't have an option to check a box that says not guilty?
They don't check the box that says guilty, do they? And then when they go to the next block, they don't check the block that says guilty, and on the top you're left with not guilty. Okay?
So it's the absence of the check mark that the court determines is the not guilty finding by the jury.
Yes, that's what the verdict slip reads. It reads not guilty. If they don't check block 2, 3, or 4, the verdict slip reads not guilty. Okay? That's how it is, Mr. Jackson.
Well, apparently that's how it's going to be because of the court's order. That is not how it should be, and it's over our strong objection. They need to see that there is a not guilty option for the subordinate charges. If they come back guilty on, for instance, involuntary manslaughter, that's immediately appealable. They didn't have an option on the verdict form to find her not guilty. It's almost like the court is directing a verdict of the subordinate charges.
Okay. I disagree with you. Ms. Giannetti, you've seen verdict slips exactly like this. Okay?
I actually haven't.
Have you had no lesser includeds?
No, we've always had lesser included, but I have not seen a verdict slip there where not guilty is not an option.
Okay. I disagree with you. All
I
right.
don't see
Excuse me. This is funny, Ms. Reed. All right. We're done.
All rise to the court, please.
Oh man. Okay. All right. So
You may be
she's
seated.
Judge, we have a question for the jury. It's been marked QQQ for
Okay.
identification.
So, question, can we request the cert report detailing the search performed? So they can request it, but they can't get it. So I'm just going to say you have all the evidence in this case. We'll figure that out. I'll get some language from you. But Mr. Jackson, after our hearing this morning, I considered what you said. I went back and I read the jury instructions I gave yesterday. So I do appreciate the concern about the confusion this might cause the jury. I think it's easily clarified with the supplemental instruction. I don't think it's the verdict slip. I think it's how they're to follow the verdict slip. So what I've written up, this is a very rough draft. I'll read it to you. I'll take a break and let you consider it if you want. And this works out. I received this, I don't know, 15 minutes ago, and I've been, the letter, the question from the jury. So it seems a good time. So I was working on this. It seems a good time to bring them in for an answer to that question. And I would say, as long as I have you here, I want to clarify my instructions regarding your verdict as to count 2 of the indictment. As I instructed you yesterday, there are 2 lesser offenses of that crime, which are involuntary manslaughter and motor vehicle homicide, felony, OUI, liquor, and negligence. Therefore, count 2 encompasses 3 separate charges, the most serious of which is manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence
that's
of
what
liquor.
it sounds like.
In considering count 2, you should first focus on the crime of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. And if the Commonwealth has failed to prove that crime beyond a reasonable doubt, then you are to consider the remaining lesser included offenses in descending order. The lead charge is manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. If you find that the Commonwealth has proved all 5 elements or proven all 5 elements of this charge beyond a reasonable doubt, then your verdict shall be guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. If, however, you find that the Commonwealth has not proven all 5 elements of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, then you are to consider whether the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the 3 elements of the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter. If the Commonwealth has proven the 3 elements of involuntary manslaughter, then your verdict shall be guilty on the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter. If, however, you find the Commonwealth has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt the crime of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter, then you are to consider whether the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the 5 elements of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI, liquor, and negligence. If the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the 5 elements of motor vehicle homicide, then your verdict shall be guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, OUI, liquor, and negligence. If, however, the Commonwealth has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt all elements of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, and has failed to prove all of the elements of the lesser included offenses of involuntary manslaughter or motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI, liquor, and negligence, then your verdict must be not guilty to count 2.
May I have just a moment?
Yes.
Wow. That's why everybody was talking smack about the judge that is not for Karen Reed on the Facebook page, because they were like, I can't believe her.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I be heard?
Yes.
I deeply appreciate the court's additional clarifying language. I would simply ask for one very simple amendment, and that is at the top of the verdict slip that says the 2 words, not guilty. We would ask that the verdict slip read, not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense. That's it. And I think that and the court's clarifying instruction would satisfy the defense. Not I think, I know it will. That's all we ask.
All right.
I can repeat that if the court wishes.
I think when they were on break, she saw all the mean things.
So there are some like minor changes we have to make to the verdict slip anyway. Just, it has to be consistent. So the manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence, the tab needs to, actually, Tori. So there needs to be some physical changes on the verdict slip. Anyway, it needs to be indented. There needs to be a colon after guilty of offense charged. It's not complete. It doesn't have under the influence of liquor. It just says under the influence. So there are some minor changes that need to be made to the verdict slip. Does the Commonwealth oppose the suggestion made by Mr. Jackson, which seems like a reasonable one?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so it will be not guilty. So tell me again how you want it.
Sure.
You want-
Not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense.
Yeah, so it went viral that she did not, they had the altercation, and then it went viral that she.
I think the clarifying language that I proposed is important.
I do too, and I appreciate that. I think with that amendment to the slip and the clarifying language, I think coupling those up is exactly what the defense was asking for. I appreciate that.
So I need to clean, I'd like to send in a written copy of what I just read there. I have a couple of things bolded. I need to fix this up a little bit.
Then
and it was just done quickly.
And there was a lot of hate.
The
for
jury's
her
been
changing
waiting.
the
Why don't
wording.
we bring them in? And I will tell them that a new verdict slip will come into them. How's that? I do, though, have to make a finding that the verdict slip as is was proper. All right, so we'll just leave it at that. I'll make the amendment that you want, but that's my finding.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just from a logistics standpoint, once the new verdict slip is prepared and ready,
We all need to see it.
I was just going to ask, do we have that emailed to us or something?
Yeah, we all need to see it. I will work with Tori. All right. All right, can we bring the jurors in, please? Oh, I'm sorry. What suggested language on the cert report?
I'm sorry, Judge.
Any suggested language on their question?
No, I think the court's correct that in terms of the cert report request, the court's answer is right on point, which is you are directed to concerned, you're directed to review the evidence that's in front of you, and that's it.
What's
I'm just going to say you have all the evidence in this case. We will not give you anything. Okay.
Oh, so see, they added those lesser included charges because they don't have her on this angry girlfriend murder they're trying to portray her as. So they added those lesser included, like driving intoxicated. They're gonna find her guilty on something though. I'll bet y'all they do.
All right, so jurors, we're in receipt of your question. Can we request the cert report detailing the search performed? I take this as a request, and the answer is that you folks, you have all the evidence in the case. So what you have is the evidence in the case. You won't be receiving any additional evidence. But as long as I have you here, I want to clarify my instructions regarding your verdict is to count 2 of the indictment. As I instructed you yesterday, there are 2 lesser offenses of that crime, which are involuntary manslaughter and motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI, liquor, and negligence. Therefore, count 2 encompasses 3 separate charges, the most serious of which is manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. In considering count 2, you should first focus on the crime of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, and if the Commonwealth has failed to prove that crime beyond a reasonable doubt, then you are to consider the remaining lesser included offenses in descending order. So the lead charge is manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. If you find that the Commonwealth has proven all 5 elements of this charge beyond a reasonable doubt, then your verdict shall be guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. If, however, you find that the Commonwealth has not proven all 5 elements of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, then you are to consider whether the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the 3 elements of the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter. If the Commonwealth has proven the 3 elements of involuntary manslaughter, then your verdict shall be guilty on the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter. If, however, you find the Commonwealth has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt the crime of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter, then you are to consider whether the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the 5 elements of motor vehicle homicide, felony, OUI, liquor, and negligence. If the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the 5 elements of motor vehicle homicide, then your verdict shall be guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, OUI, liquor, and negligence. If, however, the Commonwealth has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt all the elements of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and has failed to prove all the elements of the lesser included offenses of involuntary manslaughter or motor vehicle homicide, felony, OUI, liquor, and negligence, then your verdict must be not guilty to count 2. So I'm going to send in a new verdict slip on count 2 that's just a little bit different, and we have to sort of change the we have to indent something and change the spacing a little bit to make it a little bit clearer for you. Okay, so we'll get that into you in the next 10 minutes. All right, thank you all very much.
So I think they're probably going to do that the last one, the involuntary, because they got to compromise. That's what juries do. That's why I wouldn't trust my life in a jury's hands. because somebody's got to pay.
What's up, everybody? We have another Sarah Boone letter, 58 pages. We're going to read a lot of it, not all of it, and I'll explain why, but it answers a lot of our questions that we have to what does Sarah Boone actually want to accomplish with all of this nonsense? What does she think her lawyer is doing wrong? What arguments does she make to the judge, and what is her fatal flaw in basically all of her arguments? We'll also talk about what we think the judge is going to do based on this 58-page letter. And of course, I can't wait to see and hear your questions and comments throughout this video. Let's get into it.
So she's not going to represent herself, she says.
So this is the 58-page letter handed to the judge by Sarah Boone at her last hearing when her and her lawyer were basically arguing back and forth about her lawyer lying, not representing her appropriately, not being nice to her. And then subsequently, her lawyer filed a motion to withdraw. So now we get to see a little more details. What is her lawyer talking about irreconcilable
We're still waiting
differences?
for
We're going to hear some of that
Samantha
in here.
Woll
We're
to
also
start
going to hear
back
what
up.
Sarah Boone thinks should or should not happen in the
catching
future.
up on
And
some
the judge
other
has a very difficult
things going
decision
on in the
his hands.
fun
Everybody hit
world
that
of
like button
crime.
if you wouldn't mind, before we start reading this,
Sarah
helps push the
Boone has
video out
lost
there to anybody
her
that may
8th
be interested
attorney
in this Sarah Boone case, and
and
make sure you
continues to
subscribe.
harass the
Hit the reminder
judge.
bell so you don't miss any future videos. This was June 7th to Judge Kranick from Sarah Boone. Total pages 58. Make sure you don't miss any. Here we go. And by the way, I've only saw like bits and pieces of this, so you're going to see my instant reactions. I did not want to read 58 pages and then read it again here on screen. And by the way, don't settle in too nicely because it's not going to be 58 pages. We're not going to be here for 5 hours reading. I think it's about 15 or 20 pages that we're going to read. The rest, I'll basically summarize what she's trying to do by handwriting everything she did on the last 30 or 40 pages of this document. Ongoing 5 years. Why can't I? She has a certain way of writing, right, that we've seen and come to learn throughout these. And there's a certain part of theatrics or dramatics to the way that she writes, and this letter is no different. Why can't I use my constitutional rights? Am I the only one who cares about the ongoing violations of? So this is her way of kind of guilting or trying to use like reverse psychology on the judges and lawyers. It's like, you guys are supposed to fight people's constitutional rights. Why aren't you doing that for me? She's trying to use that and manipulate them. Doesn't work in the way that she wants, but that's what she's trying to do. Why can't I have a bond? Have all my medical records. And we remember, medical records is specifically something her lawyer mentioned in the hearing that had Sarah Boone's handwritten notes on them. And we're starting to get into her fatal flaw already here in bullet point 3, where you want to use your best arguments with a judge. And she probably doesn't know that. Obviously, she's not trained as a lawyer. So she's throwing literally every argument she has in every single letter that she has. But if you have one or two really good arguments, like my lawyer's not talking to me, it doesn't seem like she has that argument with this lawyer. But in the past, her best argument to me was always, my lawyer's not talking to me, won't meet with me. I have detailed records about how I've tried to call, cell phones don't work. I had an investigator try to reach out. Can't get him. That's a good argument. Stick to your good arguments, because when you throw everything up against the wall, you have the option of a fatal flaw occurring like this, where you say something that the judge knows is not true. You have seen at least some of your medical records. So once the judge starts to see that some of what you're saying might not be true, you lose credibility for all future arguments. And when you have 100 arguments, it's hard for the judge to tell what is your major problem. Same thing we talk about like in appellate briefs. Have all my digital evidence and discovery. Have all my paperwork. This is all, why can't I? My paperwork, I don't know what that says, letters, pictures, everything of mine returned by the former attorneys. Why can't I speak to my investigator? Have a completed download of my phone. Have any of my witness lists. Give any insight, understanding, clarification, truths about my case, especially to my attorney. Like that. We know that that's not true. We know it's not true that you can't give any insight, understanding, or clarification to your attorney. We know that's just blatantly false, which again, hurts the credibility for the rest. Even if we haven't read all the other letters, just for this one, it makes it hard to believe the rest. Be listened to by anyone, especially my attorney. Again, probably not true. Now, it doesn't mean she's going to agree with everything you say. It doesn't mean she's going to do everything you say, but is she even listening to anything you have to say? Of course, she's at least listening to some of it. Why can't I be respected for who I am truly? So who I am truly is very vague and difficult for somebody to understand. And somebody does not have to agree with or be respected for the way you think you are if they think differently of you, especially by a new attorney, and not be disrespected for the mutated, maybe malicious murderer all the world has falsely and correctly created and believed me to be. Why can't I be treated fairly, lawfully, and protected by the justice system? Why can't I properly, rightfully, completely defend myself? Why can't I see and know all the same as the world can and does? Again, here she is shouting out to everybody paying attention to this case, everybody here listening, reading this, watching her interrogation. Why does everybody else get to know more than she does, including my attorney, from all the phenomenal, non-permissive amount of my entire case being available online globally before my trial? And something, and most important, before I have seen myself. Why doesn't anyone know already about my case? How about my side in everything, about everything? Be correctly understood that I am not the problem for reasons I am on something appointed by the court attorney number 8. It's not her fault, she's saying. See my letter 7/21/23. That's when she goes through all the reasons she lost these attorneys and it not being her fault. Say what I want and should, but all the world can and say it all wrong and warped. So here's the issue with this last thing. If she really was losing, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and now 8 attorneys by no fault of her own, that is a problem. That could be violating constitutional rights, and the court definitely has to appoint another lawyer. The interesting part is I think it's well documented that it's not her fault. So therefore, at least some of which is her fault. And I think what's going to be really important for this attorney and every attorney, if there are more in the future, is the record needs to be properly documented as to what Sarah Boone has done wrong, what she has done to cause these problems. And it gets sticky because there's confidential, private, privileged conversation between her and her lawyer, but not what she puts in the public documents. This is not privileged. This is not confidential. So we need to make sure as the judge and the lawyers in this case to properly document the record. So it's not going to be an appellate issue later that she was not provided effective assistance of counsel. We didn't give her the same appointed counsel that we give everybody else in this country, and that she is the one ruining these relationships, not the attorneys, at least some of them, right? Some of them can be the attorney's fault, but if she's blown 2, 3, 4 relationships, then it's her fault that she may end up with an appointed attorney she doesn't like or representing herself in the end. All right. Why won't my attorney give me an honest answer? We know that's not true.
I can't
Maybe she doesn't
wait
agree
if
with
she
all the answers.
represents
Maybe she thinks some of
herself.
them aren't true, but some of her answers at least are honest, right? Show me everything
All
she says
trials
she
where
has
someone
and finish
represents
reviewing for my
themselves are
case,
complete
but withholds from me after I ask
sideshows.
repeatedly for and about. Why won't my attorney give me an answer other than I'm putting this to
Oh
rest?
yeah, I watched her
That's not
too.
necessary, or I'm not having this conversation with you. So I got to be honest. I have heard many attorneys, including my dad and even myself, in some criminal cases, when certain criminal defendants really want to keep going over the same point over and over and over again, and you realize it's either not credible or not going to make a difference or not as important as they think it's going to be, and you have to use your time wisely, especially if they're in custody. And so sometimes you do have to say, listen, that's it. That's the end of the conversation on this point. We need to move on. They don't like it, but if they trust you, and that's sometimes the difference with court-appointed counsel, but if they trust you, usually they'll allow you to move on. Why won't my attorney grant me access to anything I asked her for in and about my case? Like the detectives in my case, stop putting words in my mouth. So she said her attorney's putting words in her mouth like the detectives. Well, that's the problem with the recording, the body cam, the interrogation, all that being recorded. We hear the words that come out of your mouth. Tell me what's going on in my case. It's been well over 100 days. She has been my attorney, and I still do not know anything, or ongoing 5 years. Again, that's really hard to believe with this attorney based on, again, what you don't hear in here is Sarah Boone saying this attorney's not visiting me, not calling me, not contacting me, not talking to me. You don't hear that complaint. So you know she is. And by the way, this attorney, like a lot of the other attorneys, represent a lot of different clients who don't have this complaint about her. So that makes it even more difficult to find these issues credible from Sarah Boone. Answer any of my questions. Ever ask me any questions? How can she supposedly know everything she needs to know from what she's been told, heard, read, and seen? Why can't my attorney reassure they're on my side for me, not against? So she wants more reassurance and kindness from her attorney. Why have I already been judged in the court of public opinion? How did that happen? Not your attorney's fault. That happens in lots of cases, right? That's something we happen to do on this channel, is cover cases sometimes before they go to trial. And we try to stop people from making their decision. We try to hold off people from making their prejudgment calls before trial. But guess what? What's a common theme we see in basically every case? The public's going to do the public, right? They're going to be the public. They're going to make their opinions. Some of them will change. Some of them will hold off. A lot of you that watch these cases and follow them, you will hold off until you see all the evidence, even though you start to feel a certain way based on the evidence you see, especially when it's literally recordings of stuff like in this case that's hard to argue with. But we still try to presume people innocent and wait till the trial. But guess what? Nobody can control what the court of public opinion is going to say. We can control what gets out there sometimes, but not how people will react. Why have I been sentenced by anticipation and condemned before my predicted trial? Why does my attorney and all the world think my case is already over? So this is telling. Why does my attorney think the case is already over? That's not helping her in the court of public opinion. That her attorney, who's reviewing all the documents, records, videos, and pictures, thinks her case is already over? Is her attorney trying to talk her into a plea deal? Is her attorney trying to talk her into an affirmative defense, meaning I admit that I put him in the suitcase, but I did it because of battered spouse syndrome or something else? Is that what's been the conflict on other cases? Are we getting to read between the lines here a little bit and learn more about this case than we may have thought before? Your Honor, during our first introduction at my last withdrawal of court-appointed attorney number 7, Hobson, you stated to me your uninvolvement with any of my letters I write. I am still going to write my letters as cordially they are to the world where all my potential jurors are located. And this is the only way anyone, including yourself, knows the very reason or necessary insight to my continued disadvantages, hindrances, impediments I am still experiencing, on top of all the new spurring, is that the news? Spurring my intentions to write. So what does she say here? This is some new insight. She is admitting that she is using these letters that are, supposed to be to the court and to the judge. She's using them to talk to the world. She wants the world to see. She wants all of her potential jurors to see her side. And it's an interesting thought, right? If she thinks she's got nothing to lose and everybody's against her anyway, she might as well write these letters for her fans or people that do believe her. I don't think it's the worst strategy. I know a lot of you guys might disagree with me, but she's pretty cooked in the court of public opinion. If you look across what everybody kind of thinks about this case or thinks they know. So if she's going to convince one person, a half of a person, maybe more than one person, then maybe it's worth it, because I think there's already kind of a negative perception of her. Now, you could say that these letters are solidifying people's negative perceptions and maybe making it worse for her potentially, which is possible. But we're seeing in Kohberger skilled lawyers that people seem to think very highly of starting to unseal documents, starting to want to have hearings and present evidence and experts in front of the world, in front of the public, to have it streamed globally. And I believe at least part of it is for the world to see their side, for potential jurors to not only see the negative, but also see some of the positives about their case.
Yeah, because
Maybe
they
she's
don't
taking
have
notes.
a
Maybe she sees
case.
what's going on with Kohberger. The race to the pulpit is unfair, and it is important to me that you are aware and understand what transpires when the news cameras are off and we're all in between my status hearings. 2, as so many of the advantageous embezzlers, racketeers, and mindless lemmings and just altogether mean people can use their freedom of speech, not knowing me in any way other than what's being said by all the other mean people and being said incredibly incorrectly. So can I. So she's saying, you guys can talk about it. Guess what? So can I. As the compelling, annoyed detectives in my case, Kopsel had to falsely falsify documents, and Lowen were his gun for me to see. I am sure you are familiar with, after watching all my plastered, highly misconstrued, over 30 million views just on one site interviews, and in which they both repeatedly attempted to feed me their incorrect, incomplete, hypothesized opinion by stating to me, everyone has their limits at this seemingly endless point of perpetually of nonsense and lawlessness still growing. And I very much want to advance to the next level after ongoing 5 years now. A genuine concern limit has been reached. So she's saying they put words in her mouth, they coerced her. Again, that's all on video. If that's the truth, she should be able to argue that, and a jury's going to be able to look at the video and see, what did I see? What did they think? How was she acting? Did she seem like someone who's being coerced? Why am I still not being included in my case? I mean, that's a joke. I don't know very many cases where the judge looks and asks the criminal defendant if they have anything they want to say. She's at all or most of her hearings. She's writing letters to the judge. I think she's involved in her case. How much more of my case and self is being added hourly, especially after their letters get loose to the internet? After this letter, gets loose to the internet, increasing the mass infection and destruction of my hopes to have a fair trial, anything fair, my side foremost, and wondering now if my attorney drank the punch like everyone else. She thinks her attorney might be biased by the media attention. By the way, it's interesting how she complains about these letters getting loose and people misusing them when she says she knows she's writing them to her global audience. Again, that's inconsistent. All aforementioned reasons and so many more for this letter to be written, hoping to deter some of the unfair, one-sided finger pointing and corruption and malpractice being directed at me only by those in the justice system who are trying to deflect the shame and shock from me fearlessly challenging the status quo. And it must be so because it's in my face on the computer at the same time on my boob tube television, brainwashed, ignorant followers of disbelief, conformity, and greed, trying to unsuccessfully to make my life by character assassination seem worse than theirs. No, two, when anyone points their finger, one, it's impolite, and two, three, point back at you. The old one pointing at you, three pointing back at me. How many tried to see? So again, this is her trying to guilt people, trying to blame people, trying to, say people are out to get her. It's so unfair. She's bucking the status quo.
Hey,
She's the only criminal
Jenny.
defendant to have these complaints, which again is not true.
He's talking about Sarah Boone's letter. We're just catching up on some other stuff while
down as
Samantha
there
Woll's
will be
trial's
no
on lunch.
casting of anything today, except maybe for the role of my new, or of my part for all the pre-conclusioned documentaries and crystal ball real life stories of true crime incorrectly formulated from everyone supposedly knowing me and judging who they think I am and what really happened as is going too futuristically. So what I will say is something I think you guys were right about from the jump that I didn't necessarily feel until now. I kind of think she may like this. I think she may like this attention, even if it's negative. I think she wants documentaries and true crime stories to be told about her. That's the vibe I'm trying to get. And I think she wants this pretrial publicity to last as long as possible, which I did not think at first. I thought she did want to go to trial. I thought she was confident in her case. I'm starting to change my feeling on that. I didn't agree with her confidence in the case, but I thought she was confident. Remember the 3-point back when you point your finger. Soothsaying is not a real job. To sum it up, in the words of my attorney after I told her to Google me, so she's saying, my attorney is drinking the punch, my attorney is biased because of all this negative attention, and then you, Sarah Boone, told her to Google you. She stated, there's a lot. To sum it up, in the words of myself, the defendant stated to my attorney after she stated to me, when can I see, how much longer do I have to wait, or how many attorneys must be withdrawn for me to be included in my case and be included more than the world presently is. This is my case in every respect. See all my aforementioned ongoing 5 years of questions. I am still waiting on for answers. Also, I want to make it known I walked out on my attorney in our last meeting due to her unwanted, uninformative, unprofessional, snotty attitude and her untruthful answers to my questions and beyond. The something vicious circle, I think that's an inappropriate word. We enter everything we need is a waste of time. And I'm saying that being in jail with supposed endless amounts of it, how she treats me is extremely prejudiced, hostile, and unconcerned. So this last paragraph, along with most of the letter, is a major problem for any attorney. To say that she's lying to her, uninformative, not telling her things, disrespectful, mean, etc., etc., that is irreconcilable differences. We are getting to irreconcilable differences at this point that the attorney just cannot move forward with. She is frustrating. 1, to balk or defeat in every endeavor, to introduce feelings of insecurity, discouragement, and dissatisfaction in, and to bring to nothing. So much I presented my solution in order to coexist with and work together in a hopeful, progressive, positive, appropriate manner. So this is something Sarah Boone implemented in her and her attorney's meetings. I'm just picturing myself being there. Sarah Boone added a pretend judge to our interactions so the attorney could calm down and ease up on her condescension, offensive demeanor, and obvious prejudgment. Again, these are what you call irreconcilable differences. She seems, like everyone else, not to remember I am innocent until adjudged otherwise. I can guarantee you she understands that, but that doesn't mean she thinks you're going to win. Just because you're presumed innocent. We remember a lot of cases that we've said, presumed innocent, wait till it goes to trial. Doesn't mean we think they're going to win. She threatens me as if I am not, she treats me as if I am not. Imagine having a client say there's a pretend judge. I'd be like, ma'am, there's not a pretend judge, or we wouldn't be able to have these conversations. I wouldn't be as candid in front of you about how bad your case is in front of a pretend judge. Like, that's not how this works. There's a reason that we have private conversations, and what you say in front of the judge is not privileged. It's hard to get clients to understand that sometimes. After my introduction and explanation with pretend judge in the room or on the phone, I am trying to help her understand how she is making herself extremely unwelcoming. I can tell you that usually doesn't go over well with lawyers. Maybe it should. Maybe there should be some more humility, but that would be very frustrating. When in front of a real judge and in the court room is how she should treat me, her client, at all times. It's not the same, though. I should not have to invent pretend judge in order to be, and am not at all wrong for wanting to be respected. No matter the outcome, I am innocent until adjudged otherwise. My attorneys, everything should be fair, unbiased, trustworthy, honest, supportive, informative, protective, automatically and effortlessly. Oh, that's not true. It takes a lot of effort sometimes to give grace, to be patient, to give respect, especially with certain difficult clients. I should feel secure, highly confident, proud in her representing my life. I do not, and again, highly confident, again, that's just not, the facts are what the facts are. I do not, and have said to her many times regarding her monumental disbelief in me and my case, which I can't believe, contributes greatly to her something attitude towards me. I am hoping by this letter, she will pick up the sword of injustice and fight. The sword of justice and fight. That's what it should be. Alongside, not against me, and so many unmotivated, overwhelmed, weak attorneys prior who believed something ungracefully. Who bowed out ungracefully and crept away from the battlefield unsuccessful. The way that she speaks about people is so disrespectful and condescending and narcissistic. Do we think she understands that? It is not easy to work with anybody, let alone somebody in her position, when they treat you this way. I would be shocked at any private counsel that would willingly take up this case. My case equals bizarre, equals unknown, equals different, equals ignorance, equals misunderstood, equals unfair. This does not mean my case can't equal success, and in more way than one. While everyone continues to ring their bells of malevolence, maleficence, malevolence, I am ringing mine of hope, honor, plausibility, boldness. Listen, I am not a murderer. The justice system should be fair, should equal fair, faith, trust, respect, innocent until and if adjudged otherwise. 3-point back, Sarah Boone. Confused cat meme. Yes, thank you. All right, that's letter 1. We're going to read letter 2 here. So take your bathroom break if you need it. Hit the like button if you haven't. And here we go. June 4th, video visit, 12 minutes. So now it's not long enough. And she complains about the video visit. So how long do you want it to be? In addition to my previous letter intended for hand delivery on 6/7 and my status hearing.
Okay, so just so you know, I saw the interrogation video. She honestly didn't think she did anything wrong. And it did take them a long time to get out of her that, in any form of admission. And she does not have any remorse because she does not think she did anything wrong in her weird, crazy mind. But that is their job, is to say those kinds of things, like she said in her letter, where they were like, constantly telling her, she didn't do anything wrong, she's not a bad person, or that's part of the interview process. That's how they get you to say something. It was an accident. Even if it was an accident, we don't look at you that way. We don't see you as a bad person. If it was, they were playing games, right? Isn't that what she said? They were playing hide and seek or something ridiculous. Grown-ups play, I guess, when they get drunk. I don't know. People still do that. Yes, she is taunting him. There's something wrong with her. She has definite trauma and issues, and I'm sure they didn't have the perfect relationship or whatever, but oh no, it wasn't sped up. He talks. That's how he talks. I've been watching him since Nick Rekieta. He used to be on Nick Rekieta's channel when they all started as this LawTube channel, and there was a bunch of different lawyers. I used to watch all of them together, and then they all kind of spun off on their own channels. And he's got a really successful one. So I just subscribed to all of their channels because they're all really good. I watch Emily D. Baker. She used to do cursey words, crime and cursey words or something like that. What she used to do. But she started out on, I saw her on Nick Rekieta's channel before she's had her own channel. I like her. I reached out to Nate, the lawyer, and Law of Self-Defense to see if either one of them would check out this trial for Samantha Woll. And I also reached out to that AG tactical guy, hoping that he would check this trial out too, but I haven't heard back. They say to team up with other YouTubers, but that's way harder to do than people think. Everybody always talks about how YouTube's a family. YouTuber community. I don't know anyone on YouTube. We're still looking at the ceiling fan for Karen Reed. Looking at the flag for the Young Thug Rico trial, which is on day 99. Alec Baldwin's bid to have a witness denied has failed. I don't know which witness he wanted denied. Yeah, everybody has the same opinion about the Samantha Woll trial, but nobody seemed like, I wish everyone would like kind of get together. I also, when I left Brian that message yesterday, it was like a really long message. I'm sure he's like, this crazy chick. But I also asked if maybe people weren't talking about it because she's such a prominent figure. But it's kind of, I can't think of the right word I'm trying to say, but why is no one talking about it? Because she's a prominent figure. They should be talking about it, but then no one's talking about it. So because she's a prominent figure, I don't understand. I don't get it. Like, why wouldn't they be talking about it? Because she was someone in the community that was well known. You would think her trial would be like top of the list all over Detroit. People would be talking about it. Yeah. I mean, whether they focus on Michael or not, they should be, you would think, focusing on her because she was such a big figure in that area, such a big part of the Jewish community. She was in politics. Like, you would think there would be like Samantha Woll. It made national headlines when she was killed. I mean, it was everywhere. And now the trial's happening and no one's talking about it. It's kind of weird. It's not on Law and Crime. It's not on Court TV. I mean, this was at the height, like Hamas and Israel happened and she was killed and everybody was like, hate crime, anti-Semitic, and then whoosh. Right. But no one's talking about it. It's really, really strange. I think it doesn't make sense. Yeah, and it's also funny, not ha funny, but it's just odd that so much coverage has been put on Karen Reed, who they're also saying is wrongfully accused, right? But all this coverage is being put on her, and also because it's a police situation. And so that's been getting a lot of coverage on Law and Crime, Court TV, all this stuff. But this case, which involves a Jewish leader, someone in politics who is obviously a Democrat, in the midst of where I believe we have been the most racist country in my lifetime, the most tense we've ever been. I can't believe this isn't causing more of a ruckus. I'm stunned. I'm stunned. I mean, this is insane to me. People would be burning stuff down. They've burned stuff down for less, is what I'm saying. Like, what the shnikes? No, that was mommy. Oh God, my dog's gonna start barking again. It's grass cutting day, y'all, and my dog hates the leaf blower man. He's been running out there. I mean, it's got to get more attention. I cannot believe this trial is just like kind of hidden. It's like we're in a vacuum or something. It's like we're the only ones. It's insane to me. I don't understand. Like, are we the only ones on the planet that recognize that this is a huge fire alarm? It just doesn't make sense. Yeah, I just have a feeling that it's not, because I don't know. I have a feeling it's not getting the attention it deserves because of who she is. And it's tense right now. I mean, right now in America, Kirsten, it's very, very tense. Like with the Jewish Hamas thing here, like, it's amazing to me. There's a lot of Jewish hate right now. There's so many people supporting Palestine and Hamas here. It's like crazy. Yeah. I mean, I'm not, like, obviously none of us are supporting a war by any means, but we're not supporting a terrorist organization for sure. Well, that's where Jesus is. That's where Jesus died and rose and died for our sins. So there's that. Can't really deny the Bible. There are a lot of cold cases being solved. Have y'all noticed that? A lot. It is wild. I would like to have the yogurt shop murders be solved here in Austin that happened in the 80s. I wish so badly that they could solve that crime. And I think we have a serial killer here in Austin, but they keep saying we don't. But they've pulled a lot of bodies out of the lake. Okay, just checking. We're still waiting for them to come back. Yeah, crime is really, really bad. Everything's really, really bad right now. I feel like things were not this bad when I was younger. I mean, yeah, I mean, I definitely pray for, everybody to be the way God intends it, actually. I just want there to be peace. We haven't been, I don't think we've ever had peace. I don't think that it's really meant to be that way, I guess. There always has to be something going on somewhere. Has to be some kind of conflict. I hope that this doesn't happen again. She said they had a lot of stuff to do. I hope this doesn't happen again where they go to lunch and don't come back. Yeah, it's not. I don't think it's possible for there to be real peace. There's always got to be conflict because there's no way. You can't even put two people in a room and they agree on everything. It's just not possible. Heck, I can't be alone with myself and agree on everything. That's what I think. Look at the way things are right now. Mm-mm. Yeah, I'm still checking. Let me try a different. Okay, still waiting. Don't know where they're at. I wonder who the next witness will be. Wait. They ended it, right? With the jury asking questions? Yeah, I wonder who the next. Yeah, it'll be with a new witness. Okay, because I figured that was, they were like, there you go. Oh, the prosecution's going to keep this going for a while. And honestly, the defense, they don't have the money to get their own, like, they need a medical exam. They need to know, honestly, there needs to be a time of death. I didn't hear that anywhere. Like, the ME didn't say how long she was dead. I didn't hear any rigor mortis. I didn't hear any of those things. Like, the ME could have given an estimated time of death. And I don't recall hearing that. Gwen, if you heard that at some point, but I went back to hear the medical examiner's testimony, and I don't recall hearing a estimated time of death or even a death frame. Yeah, because for a dead body to go, for a body to go cold, it takes, and also in that temperature. So you have to consider she was outside. The guy said, when he touched her, he said he touched her. I watched the preliminary. He touched her in her lower back portion of her body. So he had to be very close to her, right? On the sidewalk. Where was the dog? I need to know where this dog was. How much control did he have over the dog? Was he holding the dog? Was it a small dog? Is it a large dog? I need to know what kind of dog this was. I'm very curious. Like, nobody's answered. Ask a question about the dog. Did the dog walk in the blood? Was he washing the dog off when he got in the house? Because the wife's the one who called 911. I need to know more about this dang dog. so he says he touched her on the lower back portion and she was cold to the touch. So it takes at least 30 minutes or more, depending on your body temperature and what weather condition, what the temperature is where you are, for your body to go below, to be cold to the touch. So 30 minutes to 2 hours at least. And also weather condition matters as well. Also, how long was she in her apartment? How far had her body temperature fallen in the apartment? She'd lost a lot of blood in the apartment. So, to me, how long was she out there on the sidewalk? He found her at 6:30. She could have been, it wasn't for Detroit. The weather was 40 in the mid 40s. That's really not that cold. Your body temperature is not going to drop that quickly in mid 40s temperature. And she had on a sweatshirt, a hoodie, or something like that. So she did have bare feet. So I'll give her that. Also, for rigor to set in, that takes about an hour. Usually it's pretty set between 2 to 4 hours, depending on temperature, your environment, that type of stuff. So, I mean, was she in rigor mortis? How far was she in rigor mortis? Were they able to lay her entire body out for the autopsy? Like, how stiff? I just need to know. There are questions. I got questions. I got lots of questions. Did they check her stomach? Did she have undigested food? Because that plays a part in how long she possibly, could have been alive. Yeah, and again, like they keep saying the front door was wide open. It was wide open at the time that she went out of it. But again, the ADT guy even said, my boyfriend also used to work for ADT. Those motion sensors on the doors, he said it could have been that they a half inch to 3/4 of an inch separate from the motion sensors. Her front door didn't have to be all the way open. It could have just been partially open. So she could have let someone in the back door. She could have vaped out the back door. She could have been throwing trash out the back door. She could have been all kinds of things out the back door. So her front door, if it was wide open, she could have vaped out the front door numerous times and nobody would have known, because the sensor thing wouldn't have gone off because the door was wide open. But if it wasn't wide open and it was just partially open and not touching the sensor, who would have known the difference? ADT wouldn't have known the difference. And clearly she had her ADT thing set to basically home or stay or whatever you call it, so it wouldn't pick up all that motion. Yeah. I mean, it's like death on the Nile. Yeah, it's this channel because it's not a major network streaming it. That's why I just do not understand how there's not. Well, they're lucky that they're even allowing this channel in there. Oh yeah, Murder on the Orient Express. They're lucky this channel's even able to be in there because she wouldn't dare, I guess, allow Law and Crime or Court TV to be in there. Well, yeah, she sent that David guy a heart emoji. I don't know who he is. He was supposed to spend the night. And the gay guy friend was like super quick to write him off. And say, well, you have to know him or how he is or whatever, or how he wouldn't show up, or he's very quick to throw him under the bus, but at the same time defend him. This is taking forever. They're way late. David's like this guy she's been friends with for a long time, and they sometimes they hang like they're friends with benefits or whatever. I think. I don't even know. Oh, here we are. Finally. But he was supposed to spend the night with her that night. Now it's frozen. Technical difficulties. Hopefully it'll be back. Oh, come on, Detroit. Nope. Oh, no. Don't. Well, there weren't there weren't that many, but now it's not. Oh no. Oh no. Ah, says no video. Okay, well, hopefully it'll come back on. We're just waiting like everybody else. Vile means disgusting, gross, horrible. I looked on the channel 4 and channel 2 are like the same because I looked at channel 4. Oh, I mean, you can have an opinion. I don't care if somebody comes on here and says they think Michael did it. I would really love to hear. I mean, that's what, if people, but I mean, honestly, like even with Sarah Boone she's right. She is innocent until she's proven guilty. I mean, and that's the entire point of looking at things from an alternate point of view. I mean, everyone is innocent until they are proven guilty. And that's where everyone has to like set their emotions aside and put the facts of the matter. Yeah. I mean, people can have a difference of opinion without being ugly about it, I think people forget to set their emotions aside and just put the facts up first, because I think we had in one of our chats before, we had someone who was not very nice, and I was like, like put some facts out there.
Tires in your vehicle slashed or damaged in any way?
No, not slashed tires.
Okay, was that like the first time that's ever happened?
The first time.
I don't have any other questions, Chip.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Now,
So
you
this
stated
is the
that
lady.
You left to go to Cleveland on Friday, October the 20th?
Columbus,
Oh, Columbus, I'm sorry. And what was the last time prior to you leaving on Friday, October the 20th, had you had driven this Mercedes?
Thursday.
Thursday? Okay.
Yeah.
And are you the person who was driving it last?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you parked this vehicle in this position?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Now, you stated that you have never had an occasion where your tires have been allegedly slashed or the air let out, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But your vehicle has been broken into at least 5 times, correct?
It's been broken into more than once over the years, yes.
Okay.
Broken into.
Okay. And at least 5 times. You did tell the officers that.
I probably did say that, yes.
Okay. And isn't it true that your windows have been busted out of your vehicle before?
Yes.
Okay.
Broken windows.
Okay. Now, when you return back to this vehicle on Sunday, October the 22nd, would it be fair to say that the windows were not busted out of this vehicle?
No, they weren't.
Okay. Would it also be fair to say that nothing was stolen from inside of this vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you had no reason to believe that anybody tried to gain entry into this vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And what year is this vehicle?
98.
A 1998?
Yes.
Okay. And you were able to replace the tires?
Yes.
Okay. Did anybody from the Detroit police ever ask you for the set of these tires for possibly examination?
As for the tires, no.
Okay. So did you dispose of the tires, or whatever tire shop you took them to dispose of the tires?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see a lot of people around this particular area, such as homeless people, around this parking lot?
Not in the parking lot, no.
Okay. What about anybody in the park area that's behind your building?
Sometimes there are people that sleep on the bench.
Okay, homeless people?
I'm assuming they sleep on the bench sometimes.
No, prosecution.
In summer.
Okay.
She's the one that
And do you also
the
see
tires
these
were
people
slashed.
sleeping around in the school area also?
Sometimes on the porch, front part of the school, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you, ma'am. No further questions.
Questions from the jury? I don't see any. Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony today.
Thank you.
You may step down here and leave the courthouse.
I thought they got the tires though.
Judge, if there's no defense objection, we're prepared to waive Ms. Grady's husband as a witness. Just excuse both of them.
No objection. Okay, so he's released from the city.
Thank you. And at this time, the people call Sergeant Chadwick Bloom with the Michigan State Police.
Yeah, because she didn't have anything to. I mean, but the police have pictures of her tires.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Please pull that mic nice and close to your mouth. Please state your name and spell it for the record.
My name is Chadwick Bloom, Chadwick. Last name Bloom, Bloom.
Thank you. You may proceed with your questions.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you tell the jury what you do for a living?
I'm a detective sergeant with the Michigan State Police. I'm currently assigned to the County of Macomb Enforcement Team, which is a narcotics team. Previously, I was assigned to our Special Investigations Section and assigned to the Detroit Homicide Task Force for a while.
And how long did you spend with the Homicide Task Force in Detroit?
Approximately 6 months.
And what is the Homicide Task Force?
Homicide Task Force is a collective of detectives from different agencies, and we investigate a number of different crimes generally, violent crimes that have certain thresholds or criteria.
Okay, and as part of your role with the homicide task force, were you involved with the investigation into the death of Samantha Woll?
Yes, I was.
And can you tell the jury, just as a general matter, what the scope of your involvement was?
So there was a number of things that I took part in, interviews, collecting DNA and digital evidence related to phones from the people that I interviewed. I participated in surveillance, searching a couple different residences, deploying a tracker. I'm sure there's a number of things that it's not coming across the top of my head, but wherever I was needed, happy to help and get involved.
And as part of your role in the investigation, did you collect some DNA swabs from a handful of people that you interviewed?
Yes, I did.
And was one of those people named Brett Foreman?
Yes.
And was that individual ever a suspect
No.
in this investigation? What was the purpose of collecting a DNA swab
From him? So basically, all of our interviews, it was from people from different backgrounds. So some people would come in and it was a matter of friend or family, and this is simply doing victimology, learning as much as possible. But at the same time, when we're speaking with someone who is nearby, say a contractor who may have had some sort of contact, when people are coming forward or agreeing to speak with us, on their own free will, and they're willing to give us as much information as possible to help us lead to the resolution of this crime, that being information about their cell phone device and DNA, then we happily accept it, and that can be used to rule somebody out, potentially.
And did you also interview a person by the name of Robert Becker?
Yes, I did.
And did you take a DNA sample from him too?
Yes, I did.
And did you also interview a person by the name of Roy Ball?
Yes.
And where did, I guess, Roy Ball fit into things in terms of the whole scheme of the investigation?
So I was asked to contact Mr. Ball by phone and then meet him at his job site, which was at Joliet Place. He specifically was working on Unit 1364, and he was installing floors. When I initially made contact with him, he had already been in contact with DPD, MSP, and somebody from the FBI, and I asked if anyone had formally interviewed you and asked a number of questions, like in a recorded setting. Said no and agreed to speak with me.
Okay, and as part of that discussion, did you take a DNA sample from him as well?
Yes, I did.
And again, what was the purpose of taking the DNA sample from him?
So because he was somebody, and this was a broad scope of people that we were making contact with, he was somebody that was working on the unit next to where Samantha Woll lived, and essentially to see if he had any sort of involvement. And him and I had that discussion that it was for elimination purposes only, and he was okay with that. He was happy to help.
Okay, and was he ever considered a suspect in Samantha Woll's death?
No.
As part of your role in the investigation, did you go to the scene at 1366 Joliet on November 9th, 2023?
Yes, that was the first day that I actually went inside the residence.
And what was the purpose of going to the scene that day?
So the purpose, we had initially gotten some information back from ADT, and what we wanted to do was find out where inside this house would a sensor from that alarm system trigger, and essentially determine whether or not it's working.
Okay, and after that day of being at the scene, did the task force obtain additional data from ADT?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of obtaining that additional data from ADT?
So that would be to reflect on what we were recording at the time to when the sensor was being activated. So when the alarm went off, it would give us a time. It was, that fell in line with the notes and what I physically experienced as being the person walking in, triggering the alarm.
Okay, and to sort of, as part of this this process, were you specifically looking at the living room motion sensor?
Yes, that's the only sensor that I was aware of, in other than doors and windows for that, but a motion sensor in the main living room. Yes, that was the main one.
And when you were there on scene, I guess what was your role with respect to the living room motion sensor and testing that?
So I was basically the dummy person. So I would start in a certain area, and then I would walk to a certain area to cause the alarm to trigger. We hear an audible noise, and then at that point, we mark that area from wherever I came from to the entrance. So if I walked from the front door to a certain point in the living room and the audible alarm went off, I would stop and we would measure that distance so we could get an idea of where in this living room can a human body trigger the alarm to go off.
And did you get a sense of that, of where in the living room motion from a human body would cause the alarm to trigger?
Yes, I did.
And approximately where, I guess, was that in the living room relative to the front door?
So in general,
You're
it
so
was
silly, Gwen.
around the area of the couch. So if you were walking straight through the front door, it would trigger a little bit. It would trigger before, say, walking down the stairs. The stairs are closer to that sensor. So it would make sense that walking down the stairs and being closer to the sensor is going to trigger a little more. And then going around the kitchen and then coming out towards the other side of the couch, living room area, it would then trigger in approximately the same area as coming down the stairs.
Okay. And when this test was done, was there any comparison to the records that were ultimately attained from ADT from November 9th to see whether the time of the records was consistent with when you actually triggered the alarm in the living room?
Yes, there was.
And based on that comparison, were you able to make any determination as to whether those times were accurate in the records?
Yes, on the 4 events, or I should say tests that we did, where I walked from upstairs, I walked from the front door into the living room, through the kitchen into the living room, and from the basement up into the living room. Those were consistent with the times reported as with the returns from ADT.
Okay, and as part of your role in the investigation in this sort of early stage in October and early November of 2023, did you make any efforts to try to get assistance from ADT to help explain some of the data?
Yes, I did. So I initially reached out to ADT's legal down in, I believe it was Boca Raton, Florida. I spoke with a representative over the phone. I explained the situation that we had. I requested a technician or somebody that services ADT products to come aid in our investigation in case we had any specific questions related to how the system works in the house. And I also asked for details on the initial readout that we got from the search warrant response from ADT. And I was told that a technician was not going to be coming out, and I was given very little information on questions that I had as far as the readout went.
Okay, and so was ADT, I guess, helpful at that stage in the investigation, other than just providing the raw data?
Other than producing the data and the transcripts, not really.
Were you aware from the prior data obtained from ADT that the system wasn't armed on the actual date of Ms. Woll's death?
So once you were able to compare the second returns after the test, then you could physically see the readouts showing armed and disarmed. On the original one that we got for the date of the crime, there was no arming and disarming. In fact, there was reminders that were getting pushed to the phone and to the module, or at least that's what the readout showed, as arm your system. So,
okay, and just to be clear, when you were doing the test, the system was armed, and so you would do something to trigger the alarm to go off, correct?
Correct. Yeah, Detective Stockmeyer was the one operating the device from Ms. Woll's phone. I was the one triggering it. And the reason why we had to set the alarm was if we didn't set the alarm, there would be no audible noise to tell us when that sensor was indicating. So we had to set the alarm in order to figure out those distances.
And after
That's a good alibi. And there is a such thing as a rest dummy, Kirsten.
Moved over
Or
to
a
the narcotics unit, were you
sleeping.
asked to,
I don't know. There is a such thing.
help out with sort of another test, so to speak, in this case?
Yes, I was, because I was a witness that hadn't taken the stand yet in this case.
Okay, and Can you explain, I guess, what this next test was that you helped out with?
Yeah, so the next test was the route from Miss Woll's front door to the location, which I was made aware of was the first image where the suspect was caught back on camera from the surveillance crew.
And then we approach.
Yeah. Because how do you know? See, they're completely writing a narrative and they're making everything kind of match up with what, again, I don't even, when is the time of death? They're still sticking with this 420 thing. I need some scientific data that shows when the time of death actually is. Based on the medical examiner. There really is like a sleeping, like you can, a nap person. If I wasn't doing lives with y'all, I'd be taking a nap right now. I like my nappy naps. My dogs do too. They hate when I'm in the cloffice. Oh, they fixing to send the jury away so they can find out what he's going to talk about. Go, Brian. Go, Brian. Let's get it. All right, let's hear it.
Yes, Judge, I would object. I believe that the prosecutor was trying to elicit some type of estimate of how long it took from Sergeant Bloom to get from this particular area of 1366 Joliet to the Monroe Bridge, where it intersects with the 375 freeway, to try to, I guess, insinuate on how long it would take or could have taken an individual, which is highly prejudicial. It's not scientific at all.
Hey,
because
Butterfly.
we can't duplicate
Welcome
the
back.
situation. First of all, we don't know which way, if Mr. Jackson Bolanos went, the manner he went there, as far as walking or running. The weather's not going to be able to be reproduced, such as what time of day it was, whether or not there was traffic or not. In his particular situation, they had Michigan State Police block off a certain streets, which would not have been the case in Mr. Jackson Bolanos' situation. It's also a different body type, different age, different race. There's a lot of variables that go in there that can mislead the jury if he's able to get up there and say, oh, it took me a minute and a half. I ran it this time. I jogged this time. I halfway walked this time and halfway jogged it. And just highly misleading to the jury and highly unscientific. And I don't believe he should have an opportunity to elicit this testimony from the sergeant on how long.
Oh, awesome. Are you from Detroit?
A different time than it takes Sergeant Bloom, yourself, him, Mr. Jackson Bolanos. It can all take us a various amount of different times around it. And I don't believe he should be able to get up there and say, I did this on a particular day and it took me this long, especially if he's running.
Judge, the whole reason that the defense asked for a scene visit in this case was to try to raise this argument that it's impossible to cover the distance from Miss Woll's residence to that point.
Oh, Ohio. Okay. What got you onto this case?
Period of time in question. The defense made the claim in opening statement that the timeline is virtually impossible. That was the direct quote. But in fact, what we have is a situation where the motion is detected at 4:20 a.m. The motion ceases, or at some point between 4:20 a.m. and 4:22 a.m. when the motion detector is in idle mode. And then exactly 1 minute and 25 seconds later, we see
what obviously my argument is going to be is the defendant emerging at this point on the Monroe Street Bridge, which is exactly a quarter mile away from the victim's house. I think to have Sergeant Bloom testify that he measured that distance, he measured it, he can give an exact number of feet that distance is from her front door.
Yeah, clearly we watch all the cases too. It's very hard to keep up.
And he will talk about 3 different ways that he traversed that. Once by walking, once by doing a light jog, and once by doing a fast run, and the times that it took to do each of those 3 things. I think that it would be incredibly misleading for this not to come in.
And I don't understand how it'd be misleading. It'd be misleading for it to come in. Like I stated, it's a different type of individual. They have different characteristics. It was different variables that went into the case, such as when Sergeant Bloom did it, he had Michigan State Police block off intersections so no cars could be coming while he was doing his walk or run. And the jury would be able to make their own conclusions. It's like if you brought in a professional runner and said he could do something, Sergeant Bloom may be in better shape than Mr. Jackson Bolanos as far as his ability to run. So just because he did it, that doesn't mean that it's possible for Mr. Jackson Bolanos to do it. And I think it's highly misleading for him to get up there and say what he personally did in a very controlled environment, super controlled environment.
I did the Miles Bryant case.
Favor. Nothing would have been able to get in his way.
That was horrible.
As far as progress,
that case didn't get enough attention either.
And that was not the case with Mr. Jackson Bolanos. And they can't say what way Mr. Jackson Bolanos actually went from her house, if he was even in front of her house. There's no evidence that would substantiate that Mr. Jackson Bolanos was even in fact at 1366 Joliet. I haven't heard anything thus far during this trial that would lead anybody to believe for a fact or even close probable cause that Mr. Jackson Bolanos was in fact at 1366 Joliet. She was found.
Except the blood, obviously.
And she was found at 1368 Joliet,
Woo!
not 1366 Joliet, where another witness found her at that particular location. There's no evidence whatsoever to substantiate that she was there. And furthermore, like I stated, this was a very controlled environment which Sergeant Bloom operated on when he made this particular run, or he made a walk, and there's no way to say that he was walking at the same speed. When we saw Mr. Jackson Bolanos, he was walking. He was walking very slowly. The videos I saw, Sergeant Bloom did not replicate that same gait, that same walk, or that same pace at all. He moved much faster. So it'd be very misleading for him to get up there and say, "Oh, I walk," when he was speed walking. There's nothing that showed Mr. Jackson Bolanos in the video that we saw who was speed walking. He was walking very casually across the Monroe Bridge. He was walking very casually when he walked in front of the casino, very casually. But Sergeant Bloom, to the contrary, was not walking.
Yeah, Miles Bryant, it was
the same pace.
Terrible. He killed a beautiful young girl.
"Oh, I walked,"
in Georgia.
Misleading because
Susanna Morales. We talked about it, Kirsten. The Susanna Morales case.
He can cross-examine on that issue, but we should be allowed to confirm the exact distance and how long it takes for a human being to traverse that distance. And by the way, we're going to get to the interrogation video where about a half dozen times the defendant himself says that he ran away from that area. Ran away, not walked. He ran away.
But he walked.
They can play the interrogation video, and then the jury can draw whatever conclusions they want from it. And the totality of the circumstances, taking that with the video that they see of him actually walking, they can take it for whatever they want. But for him to say how fast a human being could run it, that is highly misleading. Now, he can say he calculated the distance from
look at this guy
area to where Mr. Jackson Bolanos is first seen. I have no problem with him saying what the distance is, but for him to say how much time it took him personally to do it, and he's the only individual that did that, Judge, that's just highly prejudicial.
I'm trying to understand how this is prejudicial.
It's
right here.
What they're trying to do is mislead the jury into thinking that this is an impossible feat for someone to cover
Brian.
a quarter mile in 1 minute and 20 seconds.
which is a ridiculous proposition. And I mean, that's all we're doing is rebutting a ridiculous proposition with facts.
And that's not a fact. First of all, this is not even a scientific fact at all. This is, like I said, this is a very controlled environment. And then furthermore, what we said is impossible is for him to be able to go into this apartment, do all of this, and which stated that he allegedly did, and then get there at that amount of time. Not that he can't just get from that particular location there. So he maybe doesn't understand what my argument is, but there's no misleading. If anybody's trying to mislead the jury, it's him. He's not looking at the facts from what they are. And it's very clear that what was stated during my opening, what my theory was as far as that. And so for him to keep insinuating that I'm trying to mislead somebody, maybe that's just projection.
Thank you, Judge. Also, just to touch on what he said as far as us requesting that the scene be viewed, the reason for us to do that is to avoid a situation similar to what it is that he's attempting to bring in right now. To have them each view with their own eyes what they could perceive that to be is in fact the proper use of evidence, Judge. The evidence speaks for itself. It is them viewing this, it is them interpreting it for themselves and personalizing it themselves. The credibility that they would weigh that to be. What he's suggesting to do now, again, to Mr. Brown's point, is in a controlled way try to show something that there's no factual depiction that can even have weight to say that it's the same individual of the same build, with the same athleticism, with the same capabilities, at the same pace. Judge, it truly doesn't fit the purpose for which he's trying to bring it in.
And all of that comes out on cross-examination.
I knew
And the
it.
fact that you're saying it was a controlled environment. It was 4:20 in the morning. There is not a lot of traffic. left
You
on the streets at 4:20.
Hussy, it's downtown
You
Detroit.
can't see any on the bridges at that time.
Judge, I would argue that we do see traffic.
Yeah.
There's several times throughout the video that we were able to see traffic.
At 4:20 on that bridge?
Yes.
And people are striking out there.
Yes.
Multiple people out there at that particular time.
Walking, yes.
Yes, walking.
But there were cars as well, Judge.
And we don't
I
know.
ran the doggone thing myself in rush hour
That doesn't matter.
at about 8 a.m. in 80 seconds. And if I can do it at 8 a.m. in 80 seconds where I'm running around cars when I reach the intersection of Rivard and Lafayette, the idea that this was a controlled environment has, again, this goes to weight. This has nothing to do with the admissibility of this testimony.
It has everything to do with it because you're.
So, again, I don't think that we would argue if he wants to just
Say the
have him
distance.
testify to the distance, that's fine, but there's no need to introduce a video of different.
I'm not introducing a video.
Or asking him how long he ran it. You can't ask him how long he ran it and then try to insinuate that, oh, because he ran in this amount of time, that it's possible that Mr. Jackson Bolanos could have did it the same time. Like, that's just so misleading to the jury. He can say what the distance is, but he can't physically say, oh, I went out there and I particularly made this particular run. They are not the same individual. We don't know if he's a smoker, if he has the same lung capacity as Mr. Jackson Bolanos, whether or not he was an ex-runner. I mean, we don't know all these different variables. So for him to say that he did this in a particular amount of time is totally misleading to try to insinuate that Mr. Jackson Bolanos could have done the same thing. Like, it just is. Now, if he wants to say the distance, that's fine. But for him to get up there and say, I personally ran this distance at this amount of time, it's just totally 100% improper and just cannot be allowed.
So all of your arguments go to the weight, not the admissibility. And all of that can be brought out during cross-examination.
Yeah.
And that he may have different characteristics than your client, but I think it is admissible.
Okay. I'm fixing to be real ugly right now. God forgive me. So when we have a marathoner run for you and point out that your butt couldn't get to the corner in that amount of time. Okay. It's okay, Brian. Shake it off. Shake it off, Brian. God's got you. Shake it off, Brian. It's okay. That's exact. This, of course, she's going to allow it, just like she allowed that video. The video that was compilated together, edited, cut, pasted, all of that shenanigans.
We're back on the record. Jury has returned. Sergeant Bloom, as part of your role in this case,
She denied his
measure out
objection.
a specific distance between two specific points.
Yes.
He is
And, I'm
pissed.
showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 2.
He is super pissed.
Can you point to the 2 points on the map?
The 2 points, so this red marker here is going to be the location of the victim's residence. And the route is going to be straight south to Lafayette, and then it's going to be straight west over, and we're going to go past Brevard over to the service drive, and then there's a slight cut inwards here, and then we continue to go back north up until, I believe that's Monroe Street. Monroe Street, there is a crosswalk area, and that's where the end location is.
And the end location, going to Exhibit 78, do you see that end location here on that exhibit?
Yes, it's going to be approximately right there.
Okay, and were you able to measure out the distance between those 2 points?
Yes, that was measured out with a digital stick with wheel, so it measures in feet. It was 1,325.1 feet.
Okay, and
How could you repeat that again?
1,325.1.
and recognizing that you would agree a foot has 5,280 feet, is that correct?
Correct.
So is this?
What?
I'm sorry, a mile.
Yeah, a mile.
A mile, I'm sorry. Sorry, long day. A mile has.
I'm like,
A foot does not have 5,000.
what the?
Yes.
A mile has 5,280 feet, would that be correct?
Yes.
So are we talking about a little over a quarter mile?
It would be about 5 feet further than a quarter mile.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to time yourself traversing that specific distance between those 2 points?
Yes, several times.
I know.
And the first time that you did it,
We're
what was
praying
your sort of
for the
method
jury
of
and
traversing the
Ryan.
distance?
It was a brisk walk.
A brisk walk?
Yes.
Brisk
fast.
walk.
Okay, and how long did it take you to get between those 2 points briskly walking?
Is
3
it
minutes and
is this
33 seconds.
Korean
Okay,
power
and the
walk?
second time you traversed
or-
that distance, what was your sort of method of traversing that distance?
A jog or light run.
Okay, and how long did it take you to traverse that distance doing a jog or a light run?
1 minute, 41 seconds, and some change. I don't know the decimals.
Okay, and the third time, was there a third time that you traversed that distance?
There was, yes.
And what was your method of traversing that distance the third time?
That was a flat out sprint.
And how long did it take you to sprint between those 2 points?
Approximately a minute, 10 seconds.
A minute and 10 seconds?
Yes.
Okay.
So not
And,
much.
Are you,
faster.
what's sort of your background with running? Like how good of shape are you in as a runner?
So just to be fair, I'm not a runner, but I do exercise daily. I don't run frequently because I have osteochondritis and 2 screws in my right knee. That being said, I still do have to run for my job duties, so I do cardio in other ways.
Okay, so you're fair to say you're in pretty good shape though as a runner?
Yes.
For short distances at least?
Correct.
So is this where he ended up at 423? Is that what they're saying? So they're saying
And
they
just for the
put her at
record, what's
420.
how tall are you and approximately how much do you weigh?
Approximately 5'10", probably 180 to 185.
Thank you, nothing further.
So in a matter of 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Detective Sergeant.
Oh, he is pissed.
Now, you indicated that you interviewed Brett Foreman, correct?
Yes.
And you interviewed Mr. Foreman on October 27th, 2023.
Correct.
Did you ever interview him after that?
I did not.
Okay. Were you ever aware that Mr. Foreman was telling somebody that
Objection, hearsay.
I believe it's a statement against a person's.
I mean, they're literally giving him a 3-minute window. 3 minutes. 4:20 to 4:23. He's supposed to get into her house, horrifically murder her, and then briskly walk to the bridge. I don't think so. It even took him in a fast run over a minute to get to the bridge. It's still not possible. It managed to leave no DNA, nothing. I mean, for the most part, it was actually a pretty controlled crime scene. Like, not a stranger did it type of controlled crime scene. Because if a stranger did it, it would have been like a hot mess. It is not easy to be patient. You're right, Gwen. That's the hardest thing to do, is hand it over to God and walk away. He gets on to me for that all the time. This is the first I'm hearing about this person. So, and he wasn't even considered a suspect. No, they just, I mean, he just was eliminated right away. So none of these people were even considered suspects. They were just being eliminated. Oh, man. I can't believe there's not people like standing outside the courthouse, like protesting.
You can ask a different question, but you can't ask that question.
Detective Sergeant, have you ever interviewed Lydia Bates as part of the investigation?
The name does not ring a bell.
Lydia Catherine Bates, doesn't ring a bell?
No.
Okay. Now, when you did this run, you had the assistance of Michigan State Police, correct?
As far as
blocking off the road.
Yes, it did.
They blacked off traffic, correct? So you can have an unopposed run from one place to another, correct?
It was blocked off at Rivard and Lafayette just for my own safety.
Okay. And are you a smoker?
No.
Okay. So you would say you have relatively good lungs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you stated you were able to sprint a quarter of a mile?
Yeah, I was gassed. It was difficult. It was all out. Yeah.
So it'd be fair to say after you ran that, you were kind of trying to gain your breath a little bit, correct?
Yes, I had to recover before I did the other test.
Do you know approximately how long it took for you to recover?
Drove back to the location, got in contact with air to make sure they were ready. We just reorganized the troops to be in the right spot. And after that, it's a short amount of time. And
so you would say you were in very good shape if you were able to sprint a quarter of a mile and have relatively low recovery time?
It's probably 5 minutes at the minimum.
5 minutes? Okay. But immediately after, you were taking deep breaths. And from the outside, it was obvious to somebody that you were trying to, I guess, catch your breath, for lack of a better term.
100%, yes.
Okay.
Amen, Jenny. We need it.
And afterwards, you stated that. So, which order did you walk first?
I did the walk first,
okay,
and then the full out sprint, and then the light run jog,
okay,
third.
And you stated that the walk took you 3 minutes and 33 seconds?
Yes.
Okay. And the jog approximately 1 minute and 41 seconds?
Yes.
Okay. And you stated that the sprint roughly around 1 minute and 10 seconds?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you stated that you work out every day?
I do.
Okay. And you do some type of cardio on a regular basis, correct?
Multiple times a week. Yes.
Okay. Does that consist like jogging on a treadmill?
No, I like I said before, I don't do a lot of actual running for cardio because of my knee issue, but I do ride the Peloton. I lift weights 5 days a week. If I want to do a heavier cardio workout that doesn't involve running, I'll just do like a circuit of multiple of exercises.
Okay. And you also stated that you went to 1366 Joliet on November the 9th to perform some type of system test on the ADD system, right?
Yes, there were several of us that were there.
Okay. And would it be fair that during that time you were, I guess, testing the threshold of when this particular motion detector would be able to detect motion, correct?
That was the goal.
Okay. And did you ever test to see what threshold it would be as far as the height of the motion detector? Meaning like at what point in time or what, I guess, height level that the motion detector would not be able to detect motion?
Specifically regarding height?
Yes.
No, it was me walking through the apartment to trigger.
Okay. Did you ever try to simulate like crawling on the ground or anything to see if the motion detector would be able to detect that?
That I did not.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that during that particular day on November the 9th, you never tested to see how long it would take in order for the system to go into idle mode after motion is detected? That'd be fair, correct?
So at that time, I didn't know what the idle mode meant.
Okay.
So the sole purpose was just to trigger the alarm and to make measurements. That's
Okay.
it.
So you're telling us today that when you read, or did you read any type of reports prior to you going on November 9th?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And you read that at certain times this system went into idle mode, correct?
It did display that. However, I didn't know what that specifically meant at that
Okay,
time.
so what you're saying is your whole team, you never questioned each other on what idle mode could mean?
So
Yep.
We did try to get a hold of ADT, and like mentioned before, we were not getting the answers that we wanted.
Okay, that wasn't my question. I'm sorry. Maybe I was confused. My question was, amongst your team, did you guys ever discuss what idle mode could mean?
No, because there was before it said idle mode, it also says motion alert detected. So it was, in my mind, assumed that was a motion alert at that time.
So you would agree. So I'm sorry. Say that you said that you saw a motion alert before idle, correct?
So yes, there's
I mean, you can
different
Google
alerts
anything,
that show,
butterfly,
and
anything.
the motion alert idle shows after the original motion alert detected.
Okay.
However, we were not given the information that we were requesting to interpret what we were seeing. So at that time, I had assumed that it was due to motion.
Okay. And you also agree that when it says idle, it says living room motion, DET, sensor 4, idle mode. You'd agree that that's all in the same phrase, so to speak, correct?
As it reads on the line, yes, that's correct.
Yes. So you're telling us that at no point in time you never came to a conclusion that idle mode was in response to the motion?
So it was made aware to investigators. However, during this time in particular, on November 9th, we did not have that information. We now do know what that information means.
And that's why no one
I
should look at
believe
my Google
those other
searches,
witnesses
because I'd
already
probably
testified
be in a
How would you know
courtroom
that?
and not on the jury.
Another
That's
witness
not where I'd be. I'd be
to
having
that
to-
ADT was a witness.
a lot of explaining to do.
Did you listen to that person's testimony?
No, I did not.
Were you made aware of what that person testified to?
No, I spoke with the prosecutor.
And were you made aware of what that person said?
Not what that person said, the information the prosecutor had shared with me, because we were going over, obviously, my testimony about ADT.
Okay.
Right. So if it's new information made aware to me, it is what it is.
And at no point in time did you ever personally go back there after learning what idle mode was. You never went back there to try to recreate a scenario of when this system would go into idle, how much time it would take after motion is being detected, correct?
I personally did not, and I've
Okay,
been out of the
okay.
unit for several months now.
Several months.
Several months.
Okay. For how long?
I want to say sometime in March, I moved to the narcotics team.
Okay. But you were still on this case back in January, correct?
I was, yes.
And you were aware that a preliminary examination was held in January, right?
Yes.
And you were aware that that particular question was asked at the preliminary examination on when the system would possibly go into idle mode.
I
correct?
didn't watch the exam, and I wasn't a witness in the exam, so I cannot tell you.
Okay. You had conversations with Trooper Stockmeyer, though, correct?
Not about her testimony during the exam, no.
Okay. So it was never posed to you?
No, it was never brought up to me, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you stated that based upon your testing of this location, you stated when you go down the steps to the basement, it would trigger the motion?
Yeah. When you, if I had an image for reference, I think it'd be a lot clearer.
Okay, if I could borrow this.
Chats to prove it.
And I'm showing exhibit number, sorry.
Ooh.
For the record.
So that's going, is that near the kitchen? There's a footprint. That's a lot of blood on that table.
10, if I'm not mistaken. Would this be able to, would you be able to illustrate on this picture, or would you like me to scroll to another picture?
No, this would work.
Okay. If you could illustrate, just for the record, where you meant that you would have to be.
So I would have been in the basement, walking up the stairs, where the sensor
Ah.
you can get some sort of an idea. The front door of the residence is going to be down this hallway.
I'm sorry.
Ah.
This hallway right here.
That doesn't look like a barefoot.
Is going to eventually hit the glass of the back of the condo, and in the corner. So if you can imagine going all the way back to the glass in the upper corner is where that sensor is going to be. So when I walked up the stairs and then turned the corner and began to walk into this area, at approximately 213 inches from the front door, that sensor went off. The alarm went off.
Okay. You see this what purports to be a footprint right there?
Yeah.
I can see that there's blood.
Okay. You would agree that this particular area right here would be in a position to activate the motion, correct?
So there's actually several locations that would activate.
Would you agree that this specific area, not other ones, this one would activate the motion?
In this area, yeah, this general area,
okay,
right, is an area that would activate. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
And were you able to go to the scene on October the 21st?
I saw what you were talking about, Jenny.
No, my first involvement in the investigation, I believe, was Sunday the 22nd when all of Hamilton got together to brief the case. I never responded to the initial scene.
Okay, were you able to go to the scene on October 22nd?
No, the only time that I went to the scene, okay, I should say, the only time I went inside the apartment was on this day. I was aware of the location and had been outside. I don't remember the day in particular.
Okay. Now, going back to this exercise section you had, I guess, so to speak, for lack of a better term, how fast were you walking when you had that brisk walk? How many miles per hour?
I couldn't tell you how many miles per hour. Could I have walked faster? Yes, but I mean, the reason why we did the three different kind of scenarios was to just kind of gauge how long it would take to walk fast, to jog, run, and to sprint.
Okay.
So it was just a fast walk. If you were in a hurry to get somewhere, that's about how fast you
Okay,
go.
but don't you think
Was it an
would be
Ajima
more
walk?
helpful if you
I
were
mean-
able to give us an accurate or approximate miles per hour that you were walking in each of these tests?
I'm sure there is a math formulation that we could find where we could
Yeah,
use,
it's called an Apple
the
Watch.
time and the distance. To
Okay.
determine that.
And you would agree that there are software that you could equip yourself with prior to doing this test that would have gave you a readout at that moment in time, in real time, as you were performing each of these tests, that would have gave you what your estimated miles per hour was during this brisk walk, correct?
Are you referring to like an application on a phone or?
Application on a phone, a watch, a
Fitbit.
handheld device. You would agree that there's somewhere, some device in the history of this universe that you could have equipped yourself with that would have gave a live
In the
and
history
accurate
of this
readout on
universe.
how fast you were moving on each of these tests. You'd agree to that, right?
There's probably something that could show.
Yeah,
how fast
like
you're
a
moving.
Google.
Yes,
Are you not
Google Watch.
sure?
No, well, with
Samsung.
the application, whichever specific one you're referring to, it's going to use the same thing as mathematics. How long it takes. To
Regardless,
get to a certain
there's
distance traveled.
some
Okay,
type of
and-
device.
And how long you been in law enforcement for?
10 years.
10 years. And you would consider yourself a very resourceful individual, correct?
Correct.
Somewhat.
If there's a problem or issue or something I need to know.
Okay.
Yes. I'll
And
figure it
you've
out.
been involved in task force and investigations for a number of years, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you're saying with your knowledge and your experience, you're not 100% sure that there's some type of device that exists in this world that could have gave you a live and accurate time, or speed on how fast you were moving when you did these three tests. Is that what you're saying?
Testify to the distance and the time. There's nothing. The device is called a calculator. That's what can calculate the speed.
He's testifying for him? I mean, it sounds like he's testifying.
You already said it's mathematics, counsel, and you've asked the question several times. And this answer.
And I asked a different question. Now I ask whether or not he knows of this, or he, during his investigation or his knowledge, is he unsure of whether or not such a device exists?
Yes, there are devices that do exist that could probably do what
Okay.
you're saying. If I may, real quick,
Okay,
I was
thank-
given
Thank you, sir.
3 hours notice.
Sir, thank
on
you.
this.
Sir, thank you. Thank you.
Doesn't matter.
And
It's good to know,
prior
though.
to you doing this test, you did not equip yourself with such a device, correct?
No, I did not.
Okay. Don't you think it's been helpful for you testifying that you could get how fast you were actually moving
I was given just several hours to come down. The helicopter was already ordered. I was already working in my Comet capacity.
Oh, okay,
in
Okay.
So
regular clothes. I mean, I didn't have a lot of time to do.
okay, just the helicopter was ordered. Did you order the helicopter?
No, I did not.
The helicopter just doesn't show up at a moment's notice. You have to take steps in order to make sure the helicopter is available, correct?
Yes, I didn't do
You
that.
have to make sure that the pilot is available, correct?
Yes.
You got to make sure that this particular airspace is not being occupied at that particular time, correct?
Potentially. I'm not a pilot. I don't know the rules.
Okay,
on
but
that.
you would agree that you wouldn't want to fly a helicopter if they're doing an air show at that same time, correct?
That would be obvious, yes.
Okay. So it's a preparation that must take place in order for all of these people to come into place, correct? For this event to happen, correct?
Wasn't that many people, but there are steps that need to be taken.
There's a pilot. And you also had multiple units to block off traffic, correct?
There's one patrol car
Okay. And you got to make sure that that patrol car is available, correct?
that we did that at the last minute. Yes.
Okay. And you got to make sure that whoever's operating that car is available, correct?
Yes, but we have
Okay.
troopers on duty
Okay.
in the city all the time.
This is I mean, I don't want to cut you off, but it's yes or no. I mean, if you had to do it, just
Okay.
tell the truth. And they had to contact you to make sure you're available, correct?
That was arranged by somebody else. As far as the patrol cars go.
Okay, but they had to make sure you weren't on some other investigative mission at that time before they did it, correct?
I was contacted and asked to come down. Yes.
Okay. So you'd agree that there were multiple moving parts in order for you to do this test prior to you doing it, correct?
Sure. Yes.
Now, are you health conscious as far as your diet, what you put into your body?
Somewhat. Yeah.
Okay. Now, I would assume since you work out, you try to stay healthy, correct?
Try to stay healthy, but obviously with our job, you have to eat on the fly sometimes. So it's not always the best choice. I mean, that's the same with everyone, right?
Oh, no. I mean, everybody's different, but you would agree that you at least try to take an effort to put the right things, or what you consider the right things into your body, correct?
Yes.
Do you take vitamins?
Yes.
Okay. What type of vitamins do you take?
Just a multivitamin.
Multivitamins? Okay. And the reason you take these multivitamins is it's possible for energy, to give you an energy boost?
To make sure you're getting enough nutrients.
Nutrients? Okay. And you would agree that having nutrients is important to being healthy, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Are you, I'm not asking you what medication, but are you on any medication?
No.
Okay. Now, when you stated that you did this particular test, inside of 1366 Joby, I'm sorry, the ADT test.
Okay. Yep.
Did you indicate that Stockmeyer had Ms. Wall's phone?
Yes, I believe that was how she was setting and resetting the alarm.
Through the phone? Okay. Do you know if any settings were changed on the ADT system?
I'm not aware of anything like that.
Okay. So, but you weren't.
I didn't actively change any settings.
Okay.
So I'm not aware of it.
And you can't say whether or not Stockmeyer herself changed any settings, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if she were to change settings, you wouldn't know about it, correct? I guess. Okay. Yes?
I wouldn't know about it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The space case.
And thank you, Detective Sergeant. No further questions.
Questions on the jury? Write down, Council Pro.
Oh, yeah, questions. They got questions. I feel like today he looks a little worried. Don't be worried, Michael. There's a lot of us out here rooting for you. Yeah, I feel like he's got a heavy heart today.
When the distance exercise with the sprint, the jog, and the walk was performed, what were the weather conditions at the time?
It was partly cloudy. It was daytime. It would have been in the evening, I believe around 6 p.m., maybe a little later. It was warm outside.
Approximate degrees?
Shorts and t-shirt weather, so 70s.
Okay. And then when that was performed, was each distance trial performed at roughly a constant speed?
No, so when I did each distance, it was that one time. So when I did the walk, I just did the walk when the helicopter was ready.
Well, they're asking, was it a constant speed when you were doing the walk?
Oh, yeah. So it was the consistent speed from when I started throughout the entirety of the walk. Same with the light jog run. And then with the full sprint, obviously, if you're sprinting as fast as you can, you're not going to maintain the same speed for the first several hundred yards. So you start to gas out and slow down towards the end.
Anything further based on those?
Yes. When you did this particular test, you would agree this was like 2 weeks ago, correct?
Yeah, probably 2 weeks ago or so.
Okay. Just to be clear, you didn't perform this test back in October or November of last year, correct?
I did not, sir.
Okay. And you only did one run test, one jog, and one, I guess you classified as a brisk walk test, correct? You only did one of each, correct?
That were recorded. I did do a jog with a brisk walk prior to, just because I wasn't familiar with the route. And then once the helicopter was ready.
Okay.
We did those three.
But as far as you testing, you only did one jog, one brisk walk, and one sprint, correct?
Correct.
You didn't do any additional tests of the same caliber in order to, I guess, get a constant or get an average of an average between the two sprints, or maybe 3 sprints, or 3 or 4 jogs, or 3 or 4 walks. You didn't do multiple tests of the same type of movement in order to get an average. That'd be fair, correct?
That would be fair.
And you didn't go back on another day to try to do the same test again.
No, sir.
Okay. And you also stated that you don't know, you did a constant speed or what you, I guess, somewhat of a constant speed. But once again, you didn't have any type of device that you would be able to tell you what your speed was in order for you to be able to come into court and say, during this sprint, I maintained an average speed of X.
Yes, I don't have that.
Or during this walk, I maintained an average speed of Y.
Correct. I don't have that.
No further questions.
Any other questions? Thank you, so you may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
We need a 5-minute recess for a restroom break. Are you good? Everyone's good? Okay. Next witness.
Sergeant Chad Grunwald.
Yeah, I hope he knows that he has a lot of supporters because I just think people are afraid to speak up. I'm not afraid to speak up about it. I mean, because at the same time, I want to find out who actually killed her. It's not just, I'm not forgetting about her. I think a lot of times that happens.
Good afternoon. Please pull the mic nice and close to your mouth and state your name and spell it for the record.
Chad Grunwald, Gruenwald.
Good afternoon, sir. Where do you work?
State of Michigan, Michigan State Police.
How long are you a trooper with the state police?
I'm a sergeant.
And how long have you been working as a sergeant or as a trooper with the state police?
In 1 month would be 25 years.
All right. And were you working in that capacity back on November 30th, 2023 at around 1:30 in the afternoon?
Yes.
And were you directed to go to the area of 30283 Utica Road in the city of Roseville?
Yes.
And why were you directed to go to that area?
A investigative team requested my assistance with making a traffic stop on a suspect.
Now, with you doing a traffic stop, I mean, were you in like a police car?
I'm in a Michigan State Police uniform with a fully marked patrol car, a Tahoe, the Michigan State Police blue Tahoe with the red bubble on top with all the emergency lights and sirens, yes.
All right, so are there markings like on the outside of the vehicle, aside from the siren, that indicate that it's a police car?
It's a fully marked police car, yes. Door shields on the side.
And the uniform that you're wearing, this isn't like an undercover uniform, this is a like normal state trooper uniform?
It's not the dressier uniform, we call it the fatigue uniform, but it's blues with patches for the Michigan State Police, and it is it's Class D uniform, Michigan State Police.
All right, and you said that you were called there to perform a traffic stop on a vehicle?
That's correct.
So can you just describe what you did when you were in that area and when you tried to effect a traffic stop?
I was staged in a location that was in a route near the area where the team was surveying the vehicle, the suspect vehicle. They called out the suspect vehicle in my direction. I made a traffic stop on that vehicle in the address in which you listed prior, Utica and Castle.
And what type of vehicle was it?
It was a 2007 Dodge Charger.
Do you remember what the license plate was of the vehicle?
It's in my report, E something.
You're looking at your report, refresh your memory.
Yes, it would.
Hey, approach her.
Okay.
Edward Sam Union, 5396.
When you say Edward Sam Union, are
the
actual license plate, is it like letters instead of the words?
ESU.
And when you pulled the vehicle over, did you get out of your car to continue with the traffic stop?
He's in county,
And
so
when
we
you got out
can't
of your
send an
car,
email.
Were you able to tell how many people were inside the vehicle?
Not immediately. The tinted windows on the vehicle, but the driver opened up the door, and I was able to see inside the vehicle.
So was there just one person inside the car?
Yes, there's one.
And was that person inside the driver's seat?
The one person was inside the driver's seat, yes.
And had that vehicle been operating or being driven prior to you pulling the car over?
Yes, it was traveling southbound Utica Road upon my traffic stop.
And do you see the person in court today that was driving the vehicle when you pulled it over?
I do.
Can you point to that person and describe what they're wearing?
You see it before me. He's wearing a tan suit with a black tie.
All right. And when you say before you, is it to your right?
Directly in front of me.
All right. And are there three people sitting directly in front of you?
Yes, there are. Well, four.
Okay. And can you just describe of the three people that are sitting at a table, can you describe which person it is?
The person in the center of the three.
For the record, the witness has identified the defendant.
So noted for the record.
When you approached the vehicle and the defendant rolled down the windows, what happened next?
I had a conversation with him about, I believe we began with seatbelt usage. And then from there, we went with driver's license. And we had a conversation about his residency, where he was coming from, where he was headed, where he lives.
Now, did you ever ask him to step out of the vehicle?
Yeah, at one point, yes, I did.
Now, over the course of that interaction, did you ever notice whether he had car keys to the vehicle in his possession?
Yes, he had car keys.
And did you ever notice whether or not he had a cellular device in his possession?
Yes, he had a cell phone.
Oh, Wayne County
when was
Jail.
the first time you noticed that he had a cellular device?
That would be right before I placed him in handcuffs. He took it out of his pockets and placed it into the trunk of the vehicle.
Into the trunk of the car?
Yes.
So at some point, the trunk of that vehicle became open?
Yeah, he gave me consent to look in his car, and we went through his car together. He opened up his trunk voluntarily, and upon the time telling him that I was going to place him in handcuffs and put him in my patrol car, he emptied out the keys and the cell phone and placed it in there's a duffel bag in the back, and he tossed it on top of the duffel bag in the back of the trunk.
Now, after the device was placed on the duffel bag in the trunk, did you ever put the device anywhere else in the vehicle?
Yes, after I secured the driver in my vehicle, then I went back and took the car keys and the cell phone from the trunk, put it on the driver's seat of the car so that if anybody shut the trunk, we would not lose the car keys and the phone locked in the trunk.
So, what caused you to place the defendant under arrest?
I had information that he was a suspect in an investigation, and the Detective Bureau wanted to talk to him in regards to that.
And so, was the defendant transported from this Utica Road location that you were at to another location?
Yes, as soon as additional units came to secure the scene with the car keys, and the phone, two of my partners, then I transported the suspect to the Detroit Police Headquarters down on 3rd.
And that's in Detroit?
It's in Detroit, yes, the Detroit Police Department Headquarters, Homicide Division.
Now, have you had an opportunity? Well, let me ask you this question first. Do you know whether or not you were wearing any sort of body camera on your uniform when you were engaged in this traffic stop and when the defendant was arrested?
Yes, the full time of the traffic stop, my in-car camera and my body-worn camera were operational.
And have you had an opportunity to review your body camera footage since these events have occurred?
Yes.
And the body cam footage that you examined, was it a fair and accurate representation of the events that you personally experienced on November 30th during this traffic stop and arrest?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that clips of this body cam footage are on a disc that's been labeled People's Proposed Exhibit 83?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 83.
People's 83 will be admitted, you may publish.
So there are actually two clips that are part of People's Exhibit, or People's Exhibit 83. I'm going to play clip 1 starting at around 7 minutes and 30 seconds.
You can turn your chair.
Thank you, man.
All good? All good. All right. Tell you what I'm gonna do. I gotta do something real quick, so I'm gonna have you sit in my car. If you sit in my car, I gotta run you real quick. So set your phone down right there. Yeah, run you run? Yeah, set your phone down right there. Yeah, you're okay. You're fine. You're being real cooperative, actually. So, I got.
All right. So was that the interaction where the cellular device was placed inside the trunk of the vehicle?
Yes.
Now, inside the trunk of the vehicle, did you have an opportunity to actually look inside at any objects that were inside the vehicle?
Just from the exterior, I didn't manipulate or open any bags or go through anything, no.
Do you recall whether or not was there a gray backpack inside the trunk?
There were several backpacks and clothing items. I didn't go through the car or search that car at that point.
Did you ever put a gray backpack in the trunk?
No, I did not.
Okay. Now, after we were out here on Utica Road, you said that you transported him back to police headquarters?
Yes.
And when you went to police headquarters, did you take him up to an interview room?
Yes.
And were you still wearing your body camera during a point at which he's inside an interview room at police headquarters?
Yes, my body camera was activated from the beginning of the traffic stop until I walked away from him in the interview room.
And did there come a point where the defendant was searched or patted down once he was inside the interview room?
Yes.
Describe how that occurred.
The detective that I was turning him over to entered into the room. We stepped into the interview room. We asked him to take his jacket off and empty the contents. He started emptying the contents of his jacket, and the items that I had seen previously were a black container, like a wallet, small wallet that had a identification card and his girlfriend's telephone number on it, and there's one other item. But then when he threw out items with the on the desk, a folding knife came out from inside the jacket and landed on the table.
All right. So you saw a knife come from inside the defendant's pocket and it was put on the table?
It came from inside the pocket. He had it in his hand. I watched his hand place it on the table.
All right. Now, up until that point where a knife was put on the table in the interview room, did the defendant ever say anything to you about having a knife in his pockets?
No.
Okay. Now I'm going to play a portion of the second body camera clip.
Go ahead,
turn around.
He's got some social security card on him, and his girlfriend's telephone number he carries in his pocket.
Okay.
And then I'll pat him down one more time for you. Still good. Turn around.
Now, go ahead. At this point in the video, we're at 44 seconds of the video. Do you see the item that you referred to as a knife earlier?
Yes, it's right there. I'm sorry, it's right there
When you say right there,
on the desk, and it shows. I believe that's my hand taking it off the desk because I immediately identified it as a knife, and that's not something we typically allow to get in, and that's on me for missing that somewhere in wherever he had it on him.
All right. And one other question. In your time transporting the defendant from the Roseville location to Detroit Police Headquarters where he's being seated in an interview room, did you ever tell the defendant that he was under investigation for a homicide or some other type of violent crime?
No.
I don't have any other questions.
Good afternoon, Sergeant, is it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Now, it'd be fair to say that you asked Mr. Jackson Bolanos to open his trunk?
I did.
Okay, and he voluntarily complied, correct?
He did.
Okay. And when you pulled him over, he didn't try to resist you, correct?
That is correct.
He didn't try to run away from you, correct?
Correct.
He didn't lead you on a high-speed chase, did he?
No, he did not.
Okay. And you also told him that you needed him to place his phone in the trunk, correct?
I didn't tell him he had to place it in the trunk. No.
You didn't tell him to put his phone down in the trunk?
I said, no, I didn't tell him to put his phone down. I told him to set his stuff down, but I didn't say it was in the trunk.
Okay, but he was standing in front of the trunk, correct?
He was standing in front of the trunk, but I
And
didn't
you
say
told
put
him
it in your trunk.
and you were telling him to put his stuff down right there, correct?
I told him to put his stuff down. Yes.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that you wouldn't have allowed him to walk back over to the passenger compartment of his car, correct?
I allowed him to walk around the whole traffic stop.
At that point in time, when you said that you needed to put him in your car,
yes, I did.
You told him specifically to put his phone down, correct?
Yes.
And he asked, like, what did I do? What's going on, right?
Yes.
And you told him again, like, put your phone down, correct?
Yes.
You gave him a directive, correct?
Yes.
He complied with it, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
So it'd be fair to say the reason why he put his phone into the car is because you directed him to put his phone down while he was standing with you in front of his trunk, correct?
There's a lot part of that question, but in the essence of it, I'd say yes, I did ask him to put his stuff down, but I didn't say anything about where to put it.
Okay.
So that'd be the part that
Yeah, that was the first thing I thought of. He had no gloves on.
I could have. Oh, maybe we can just replay. Okay, yeah, this is, I want to So the defense proposed exhibit 8, which is the total entirety body cam of the sergeant.
No objection.
Okay. Defense aid will be admitted, you may publish.
Let me go to the position where I want. I'll be starting at 7:05 on the video. It'll be fair to say that you also looked through the passenger compartment of this vehicle also prior to you moving to the trunk, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, his ride's clean. What do you want me to do with him? He's pretty cooperative. One more time. You want to pop that truck for me? All right, clear. All good? All good. All right. So what I'm going to do. I got to do something real quick, so I'm going to have you sit in my car. But if you sit in my car, I got to run you real quick. So set your phone down right there. Yeah, set your phone down right there. Yeah, what I do, bro? Yeah.
Sergeant, you would agree that you told him to set his phone down right there, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I absolutely said that.
Okay. And from your understanding of, I guess, looking at the video, you meant for him to put his phone down in the trunk, correct?
Your statement was that I said put it in the trunk, and I did not use the word trunk.
Okay.
So I said right there.
Okay.
That is correct.
I apologize. You would agree that you directed him to put it down in the trunk. You didn't use that word, but you directed him to put it down right there, correct?
Objection. We just heard the video. We know what was said. Why do we have to keep going over this about what he said? We just heard it.
I can ask him a question. We want the truth to come
The
out.
video speaks for itself.
Okay. And Sergeant, you also searched him before he got into your vehicle, correct?
I patted him down, yes.
Okay. And he didn't lie about having anything on him, correct?
No, he did not.
Okay. And when you got to, you didn't find any contraband or anything that was discarded in your vehicle after you dropped him off at the police station and you rechecked your vehicle, correct?
I'm sorry. Can you go back to the other question?
No.
The first question?
My question is, you checked your vehicle prior to your shift, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And after you dropped Mr. Jackson Bolanos off, you did not find any contraband that was discarded in your vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Okay. When you took him to the station, he voluntarily took out all the contents of his pockets, correct?
Correct.
He placed this knife on the table, correct?
Correct.
You didn't have to find it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. He didn't try to throw this knife under the table or anything like that, correct? From your observation.
He set it on the table.
He set it on the table.
Okay.
Okay. And was he riding in the front or the back seat?
Front seat.
Front seat. Okay. And you didn't see him make any motions of trying to remove anything from his pocket, correct?
I did not know.
All right, thank you, Sergeant. No further questions.
Anybody direct? Questions from the jury? Thank you, so you can step down. Another witness ready?
Yes, Judge. People call forensic technician Ellen Zaka.
swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, I do. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Please state your name and spell for the record.
My name is Ellen Chaika, spelled ELLENCZAJKA.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed as a forensic technician for the Detroit Police Department under Crime Scene Services.
And how long have you been working as a forensic technician?
Since May 2nd of 2022.
And were you working in that capacity back on November 30th of 2023?
Yes, I was.
And were you directed to go to the area 454 West Alexandrine, specifically apartment B1, on that day?
Yes.
And why were you called out there?
I was called out there to help process the scene for a homicide search warrant.
Okay, and so was a search warrant executed in that specific apartment?
Yes.
And were you there working as an evidence tech or a forensic technician? Were you there working by yourself, or were there other evidence techs there along with you?
I was the only evidence tech there at that time.
All right, and as part of your job duties that night or that day, did you recover different items of evidence?
Yes.
And was the apartment itself and the area around the apartment also photographed?
Yes.
And as part of preparing here for trial, have you had an opportunity to review those photographs?
Yes.
Is it your understanding on a disc that's been labeled People's Proposed Exhibit 89, that contains a series of photographs that were taken from the scene that day?
Yes, correct.
And the photographs that were taken, are they fair and accurate representations of how the apartment looked while you were inside documenting, photographing, and collecting evidence?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, the people would move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 89.
On what day?
People's 89 is admitted to be published.
November 30th.
So, ma'am, we're looking here at slide 1 of People's Exhibit 89. What information is meant to be conveyed here?
This is something we do for a photo card. It's the first photo that we take. The top number is the report number. We have the date and time. We have the location, the officer in charge who requested me to that scene, and the crime. SW means homicide search warrant. Then I have my name, my code, and FT means forensic technician at the bottom.
So these photographs were taken at least around the time of 2:15 p.m. on November 30th of 2023?
Correct.
All right, now moving to slide 2. What is documented in this photograph?
This is a photo of the south side of the apartment building 454 West Alexandrine. It's the location of Eileen Apartments.
All right, now moving to slide 10. You said earlier that you specifically went into apartment B1 within that building?
Correct.
Now, what does this photograph show?
This is a photo of the hallway just outside of apartment B1, which is on the right or the east side of the hallway there.
Okay, moving to slide 11. All right, so what perspective would you be standing from where this photograph is taken?
I am just outside the doorway to apartment B1.
All right, so is the front door to B1 open in this photograph?
Yes.
All right, and this is from standing outside before you've entered the threshold of the doorway?
Correct.
All right, slide 14, please. Okay, so can you describe what's meant to be indicated in this photograph?
This is when I start to do the overall photographs of the apartment. In this photo is a bed that's against the north wall of the apartment. It's a studio style apartment.
Okay, so when you say studio, are you saying that basically it's all just one large room?
Correct, besides the bathroom.
There's no upstairs or downstairs level to this apartment?
Correct.
All right. And so if you were to walk through the front door of the apartment,
I doubt
what
it.
direction would you have to turn, or how would you have to stand in order to see what's being shown in this photograph?
You walk in and you turn left or to the north, and that's the direction we're looking right in this photo.
Okay. Slide 18, please. This is slide 18. Can you just describe what this is meant to be, what is meant to be depicted here?
Again, this is just showing the overall layout of the apartment. This way we are facing south to show the rest of the apartment, the kitchen and the hallway. And then on the right side or the west side of the hallway is like a closet area / hanging rack area.
And so if I understand what you're describing, if you were to essentially turn around from looking at where the bed was.
This is him
would
and
be
his
viewing the
girlfriend's
rest of
apartment.
the apartment?
Correct.
Okay. Slide 28, please.
This is Michael's apartment.
All right. So in slide 28,
Or
there
his
been-
girlfriend's.
Is there an item or items that have been placed here by police personnel that are visible in this photograph?
I placed those yellow cones there. They're called placards.
And what was your purpose for putting the placards where you placed them?
So I placed all the placards on the evidence that was to be collected.
So are the placards themselves numbered in any way?
Yes, they're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 goes up and up. I just numbered them according to what the officers in charge told me what they wanted. So.
Okay, and so what is actually depicted in this photograph itself?
Number 1, it's hard to see, but it is an orange iPhone. And the second number is a pair of black tennis shoes.
All right, so if we go to slide 29, and this is slide 30. So are slide 29 and 30, what are they depicting?
Again, that's just showing a view of where the tennis shoes were and then a closer view of the black tennis shoes. I believe they were size 11.5.
Okay. And why did you pick these shoes out, or do you know why you were directed to take photographs of these shoes in particular?
For search warrants, I am told what to collect and I collect it.
Okay. Slide 34, please. So now we're looking at slide 34. What is meant to be depicted in this photograph?
This is just showing a shelf that's on the west wall. Again, if you turn left from the doorway, this shelf is right there. Just showing number 3 was a pink iPhone. There's a bridge card on the shelf, and I think I get a closer photo of that in the next coming photos.
All right, so if we look at slide 36, is there a name on this card?
Yes, Michael Jackson.
All right, and why did you take a photograph of this card with a name on it?
I was requested to take a photograph per Sergeant McIntyre of homicide unit of DPD, and then I did not collect that card. He just wanted a photograph of it.
All right, now moving to slide 43. What does this depict?
This is showing a dresser in the northwest corner of the apartment. I believe number 5 was a landlord-tenant agreement addressed to Tiara White for the address of 454 West of Alexandrine, apartment B1. And then the 6th placard is a parking notice for Michael Jackson.
All right, so if we go to slide 45, all right, is this the parking notice that you were referring to?
Yes.
And this was discovered on top of that dresser that we were just looking at?
Yes, correct.
And what is the name and address that's written on that paperwork?
It says Michael Manuel Jackson Bolanos for 19371 Trinity Street in Detroit, Michigan.
And that Trinity Street address, that's different from the Alexandrine Street address?
Correct.
Okay. Now looking at slide 47. All right, and what is this a photograph of?
This is showing a photograph of those tennis shoes right there. I believe they were size 9.
And looking, we go to slide 48. All right, is that depict what size there?
Oh no, I can't see that.
Yes, 9.5.
So is this a different set of shoes than we already spoke about a few slides ago?
Yes, I collected a few sets of shoes.
Slide 49. All right, so can you describe what's depicted in this photograph?
So this is that closet hanging rack area I was talking about earlier on the west side of the apartment. This is just showing some of the placards. The mint green Nike backpack I collected, it was empty. There's a black hood on the shelf above right there. I believe that's placard 9.
Well, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Before we move on here, the condition of these clothing, articles of clothing on the rack, above the rack, aside from putting the placards there, is that the condition in which you first observed it?
Yes.
All right, so you didn't see any police officers hanging up clothes or putting things on hangers, anything like that?
No.
Okay. Sorry, what's that? So moving on to slide 53 here. All right, can you describe what's in this photograph?
Placards 8 and 9. Placard 8 is that mint green backpack, and placard 9 is the black hood.
All right, so if we go to slide 54, what's that a close-up of?
A close-up of the black hood.
And is that a type of hood that could be attached to a jacket, for example?
Yes, it appears so.
Okay. Slide 56. Okay, so slide 56, what's this a general photograph of?
Just of the closet area moving southwest.
So specifically slide 57, what is that a photograph of?
That's a photo of a size medium black North Face jacket.
Okay, now this black North Face jacket, was that collected and placed on evidence?
Yes.
And is there an evidence tag that's associated with this jacket?
Yes.
And do you recall what the item number is or evidence number is for this jacket?
May I refer to my report?
That'll refresh your memory.
I mean, they did have all of her blood long before November 30th when they decided to put all this video, all of this cell tower information together to match it all up with him before they decided to go collect
That was item number 171.
these particular items from his apartment.
All right. Hey, approach room. I'm showing you what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 90. Could you let me know if you recognize any of the markings on this?
Yes, this is my handwriting.
And is there an item tag number that's associated with the object that I handed you?
Placard 10, item number 171.
And so the markings on there, is that consistent with the markings for what we're seeing here, the black North Face jacket?
Yes, it says 1 black size medium North Face jacket.
Your Honor, the people would move to admit People's Proposed Exhibit 90. Okay. Judge, I don't know if you want to take a break here for the day. I still have some more questions, but I don't know if we're going to be able to get through this.
Okay. You can be back in the morning?
Yes.
So we're gonna break for the day. We're trying for 9 o'clock in tomorrow morning. Get through as many witnesses as we can.
Okay. So no verdict in Karen Reed.
Clear the first row, please, for the jury to get out. Thank you.
So they say they have blood, right? A drop of blood. Is that what they're saying? I'm thinking, let's just see how this comes out tomorrow. I'm thinking they had all of this stuff out of her apartment in their evidence. If they're only finding a drop, right, on his jacket, which they received after they had her blood. Also, that backpack, Yeah. Yeah, I know. I have to do that, Butterfly. I just ordered an air mattress because my sister-in-law is coming too. Yeah. I don't know. Let's see what she has to say tomorrow about this testing of stuff. But y'all keep talking about it, and maybe we'll get more people noticing. But I can see there are people watching it in Detroit, and but let's keep praying for everything. Yeah, tomorrow I'll be on here live tomorrow. I'm gonna get some stuff done and clean my house, and yeah. Ugh, fun times. All right, I'll see y'all tomorrow morning. Thank you so much.